Bye now. We are on already.
Okay, we are on already. Welcome. On the program today, we will be looking at the Nigeria inland waterways. Nigeria is blessed with over 10,000 kilometers of waterways, with just under 4,000 being navigable, and some say seasonally. Also, out of 36 states in the country, about 28 can be accessed by water, and we can also reach at least 5 neighboring countries via water. So what's going on in this department? A lot of Nigerians are in the dark. So today we are in the office of no one else but the Managing Director, National Inland Waterways. Our questions today is no one else but the Managing Director of the National Inland Waterways. He is Dr. George Moghalu. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, and welcome too.
So much has been happening in the waterways, but first we will ask you, it's been 1 year since the helm of affairs in this agency. How has it been? What is your story 1 year down the road?
Let me begin by welcoming you to our office, our Abuja office. Actually, you may interest you to know that we're headquartered in Lokoja, Kogi State, with offices, branch offices, we call them area offices in about 26 states of the country, and where you are now is the Abuja area office. I would say that my 1 year has been quite interesting, quite challenging, and I will also add a little bit innovative, because we are trying to do things we've not done before. We are trying to change the narrative. We're trying to tell our story. Because when I was appointed the MD of NIWA precisely on the 8th, I resumed office on the 8th of October 2019. That was the first day I reported in office in Lokoja. I realized very clearly, and it was very clear to me, and I made it as a policy statement, that NIWA was underreported. Most people didn't know about the National Inland Waterways Authority. They don't know what we do. In fact, the acronym NIWA was sounding Greek. to many people, and it's a consequence of not knowing about the agency. Even it was so bad that a lot of people didn't even know that NIWA was an agency in the Ministry of Transportation. That goes to tell you how bad it was. So I felt, and I noticed it, and I said that if there's anything I consider my first challenge, that is the fact that we're underreported, and I have to covet the support of the media to bring NIWA to the front runner, to bring NIWA to the knowledge of Nigerians, so that they will know what we do, they will know what is expected of us, they will also know what is expected of them. Because even a lot of them who are using our right of way, even a lot of them who have responsibilities to NIWA, didn't even know they do. So we needed to get them to understand who we are, get them to know that there was an act establishing NIWA, and the act clearly spelled out all our responsibilities, and then so that it provided people the opportunity to know. And another thing I realized also was that the morale of the staff was not the way I would wish to see it. So I saw that also as a challenge, because I needed to get them to understand my vision. I needed to get them to key into my vision, because if you don't get the people who are under you, people who you have responsibility to understand who you are, know where you're coming from, know where you want to take the agency to. If you don't do that, certainly they cannot be in the same page with you, and as such you have problems. So I noticed that there was also that challenge, that I needed to get them to appreciate who themselves are, to get them to understand that we need to grow the institution, to grow the authority, so that it can be beneficial to every one of us. So I saw that as a challenge, and we also put it as one of the things we needed to address, and so far so good. Today I can boldly say that I have the support of both the management and the staff, even the board. We are working together as a team with a view to actualizing the mandate, establishing NIWA, and then bringing to reality those vision, those things I have conceptualized, so that we can develop the waterway industry. Taking a cue from what you said when you were introducing the program, it is one area that has great potentials. I must be honest with you, because from the geography you enumerated, we have over 10,000 kilometers of waterway. You are right when you say just about over 3,000 is only navigable, okay, and we can reach 28 states by water, and we are about 5 countries, neighboring countries, we can reach also by water. So you can imagine the potential if all our waterways are all year round navigable. So that challenge also is there. Another challenge, which is not peculiar to the National Inland Waterway, is the challenge of funds. Okay, if you notice, the fund availability is drastically reduced, because if you notice, by the time this government came into office, oil, which was our mainstay, which has remained the mainstay of our economy, dropped from over $100 per barrel down to less than $30 per barrel. Okay, at the same time, promises have been made, commitments have been established. It kind of altered the entire equation, created its own problems, but we still had to confront it and move on. So some of these are the challenges one found when one came into office after my appointment. But by the grace of God, within this 1 year, we've done quite a lot to address these challenges.
Would you guide us through some of your achievements?
Yes. One can boldly say that today nobody can say that NIWA is underreported. Okay, now we have tried to we haven't gotten to where we want to be. I want that point clearly made. We are still, it's a work in progress, because we are working hard, and but I'm happy to say that we have received the support of the of our friends in the media who have given us encouragement, who have supported us to bring NIWA to speed, to the people's consciousness. So that we also will take credit for. Then we talked about the COVID-19 challenge. When it came, we saw it as one thing we needed to confront, okay, like every other agency of government, apart from the fact that we contributed physical cash, both to Lagos State Government COVID-19 Committee. We also made some financial contribution to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. We also made available our vessels for movement of medical supplies and palliatives to the hinterland. All those areas water you can access by water, we made available our vessels. We also ensured that all the protocols, everything that we're expected to do, we're doing them. For example, you can't just get into any of our jetties without observing the protocols of washing your hands, without wearing your face mask. You can't even enter on any of the vessels without wearing up-to-date and current life jackets. Because one thing, since I have this opportunity, let me also let people understand that life jackets expire. Okay, life jackets is not something that is once buy once and never again. No, life jackets expire. So we also have ensured that you can't just enter any of the vessels to any of our jetties without being properly kitted, wearing your life jacket and then obeying all the other protocols like wearing your face mask, washing your hands, sanitizing your hands. These are things we have been able to put in place. Even in any of our locations, any of our facilities, even our headquarters, you have to obey those basic protocols. We've been able to develop some jetties. It may interest you to know that we have built a brand new jetty in a place called Odekbe in Anambra State, Obaro precisely. We're also building a new jetty. It's almost completed in Iwobi in Ogun State. Okay, we also have completed some projects. We did massive renovations in our headquarters. We also entered into private, the PPP arrangement, and the brand new world-class jetty is coming up now as we speak on Queen's Drive in Ikoyi. Okay, as we speak now, through PPP arrangement also, the entire Oyimbo jetty is being completely rebranded. If you go there now, you'll be impressed with the level of work that is going on. The Lokoja River port that has been abandoned for quite some time, I'm also happy to say that within this time, the federal government has approved a review of the contract. In fact, the contract was awarded at I can't remember exactly, precisely, over 4 billion naira. But now it's been reviewed to about 6 point some fraction million naira. So work is about to start. The contractor submitted a work plan. We're doing the tidying up so that they can go back to site to get that project completed. But we've started that. We have also entered into negotiation with private sector players who are interested in helping us get to Guta River Port also completed, because that port, federal government has invested over 2 billion on that port, but the port has been abandoned for quite some time, and that is not unacceptable. It's just unacceptable, because what it means is that the money already invested by the federal government will be wasted, and that is not acceptable. Meanwhile, the port is over 50% completed. So because of the paucity of funds, we're also entering into negotiation with private sector investors who are ready to partner with us so that we can get that project off the ground. As we speak, we have provided an alternative power supply to our headquarters. Within this period, we have completed our Yola area office. The refencing is going on as we speak. There are quite a lot of things we've been able to do. We're procuring new badges during our 2019 procurement process. We started procuring new badges to help us, and in 2020 we're also continuing with the process, getting ambulances and things like that, water ambulances, so that we can position them. If you watched the media about 4 weeks ago, I was in Yauri to commission a 36-seater ferry boat that was sent to Yauri, though we partnered with our friend, the senior Senator Balana Allah, because it was part of his constituency projects to get those vessels. Two other ones remaining. One is almost completed in Lagos. They've done the sea test. We're going to move it down, and then the one in China, we couldn't go to do the inspection and confirmation because of the challenge of the COVID-19. So we've been able to do quite a lot of things. I will also avail you with our brochure so that you can look at in specific terms to see the projects we've started and we've completed.
We talked about all of these things you've done, plenty of money, and then you also talked about donating towards the federal government fight, COVID-19 fight. And that brings me to IGR, because one of the things you decided or tackled, or you're tackling, is dismantling illegal structures along the waterways in order to increase NEWA's IGR. So to hear all of the things you've done, that means that IGR must have been...
We're doing a lot of things. Like I said, the COVID-19 was a big challenge, a major setback. But be that as it may, we don't want to look at it. We don't want to look at our challenges, our difficulties. We don't want to move our eyes out of the ball. Okay, we are focused on generating income legitimately. And that is what we are doing. For example, we are trying to, how do I put it now? We're trying to use technology to organize our IGR. Okay, we're trying to partner with some groups that are trying to help us optimize our potentials, our opportunities using technology. For example, a lot of people who are, we don't have proper data. Before I came, proper data as to who are on our right of way and what they're supposed to pay. Okay, but now we're trying to get them using technology to make sure that everyone is captured within the framework of our revenue profile. For example, there are telecommunication companies that are owing us by the activities on right of way. We have oil companies that are owing us as we speak. Now, there is a team that is doing enumeration of pipelines that are crossing our waterways. Okay, these are revenue sources that have not been harnessed in the past. But this time around, we want to get all of them to pay what is due to NEWA, so that we can have our money and be able to do the things we need to do, because there's quite a lot to do to make sure that we explore to the maximum, to the hilt, the potentials of our waterways.
Yes, speaking of the potential, staying with that, just before you came into office, somewhere around September, Minister of Transport Rotimi Amechi had told the Lagos State government against via court process to hands off the waterways. And then he went on to say that the nation needs to do both capital and maintenance dredging to create employment. If people decided to move, more people will decide to move their goods via water. My question actually is, what is your office doing to harness all our potential so we can maximize the waterways, the amount of waterways that we have?
All right, if you look at it from the perspective of what you said, the minister said, yes, truly, you have two kinds of dredging, the maintenance dredging and the capital dredging. And like I said when we started this interview, that resources is not so much available as it used to be. So embarking on a capital dredging is quite capital intensive. Okay, probably that's why it's called capital dredging. It's very heavily capital intensive. So the resources may not be there. So as an organization, as an agency, with the support of the ministry, both my minister and the Minister of State, they've been quite supportive, wonderfully supportive. So because of their support, with the support we have received from them, we are now focusing our attention more on maintenance dredging. And that's why in our 2019 procurement, there was a provision for procurement of dredger. Even in the 2020 procurement that is ongoing now, there's also a provision for procurement of dredger. The question now is why? We are trying to get this dredger so that we can, as an authority, do the regular maintenance dredging to make sure that the channels that we are opening are all year round navigable, so that we can remove whatever obstruction that there may be, so that we can move cargo. I forgot to tell you that we played an experiment, okay? Because you may know that Onitsha River Port has been completed long ago and not in use. So when I came into office, I felt that one of the things I needed to do was to get the Onitsha River port to move, to become active. Because if you look at the volume of cargo that goes on our roads, it's just unacceptable. I tried to draw an analogy. If 1,000 containers are going from Lagos to Onitsha, the implication is that 1,000 trailers will be on the road. If 10 million containers are going from Lagos to Onitsha, what it means is that 10 million trailers will be on the road. And that is not acceptable, because these roads are not designed to carry the weight that we place on them. Therefore, their lifespan certainly has to be short. Again, if we continue moving our cargo only by road, there is no way we can decongest the Lagos port. It will be constantly congested, because every one of us agrees that over 50% of the cargo that comes, the containerized cargo that come to these ports, end in the southeast, Onitsha and Aba. Same thing is applicable to One port. Everything that comes there, 50-60% of it end in Onitsha and Aba. Why do we have to wait to move them by road? Why can't we move them by water? So that is what informed my decision. Despite all the discouragement, despite all the challenges, we said no, we will experiment it. Fortunately, some private players bought into my vision. We now experimented with the moved badge. Moved badges from One to Onitsha. I carried empty containers and returned back to One. But see, some people still say it's politics we are playing. I try to understand our people, but I forgive them, because you don't also blame them. If a port that was conceived 42 years ago and nothing has happened there, for them it is a dead cause. But for me it is no. I decided, with the support of my management, with the encouragement of the ministry, to ensure what is happening to this thing.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to day 2 of the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021, the 6th edition of the International Maritime Business to Business Virtual Conference and Exhibition 2021. Yesterday, we had the pleasure of listening to the presentations by the resource persons as they dealt with such issues as the security situation at the Gulf of Guinea, profiling robust recommendations to the precarious situation. We also had presentations on marine transport, wherein we had papers presented by the regulatory representatives of the regulatory authorities of the National Inland Waterways Authority and the Lagos State Waterways Authority. on the prospects of water transport in Nigeria. Finally, we dealt with the marine environment, where we had the efforts that are being made in development of the marine environment in Nigeria. If you were here yesterday, you would agree it was a rich expose on the way forward for the maritime industry, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. We shall continue on that trajectory today as we deal with women in maritime. If you take a good look at our program, the discussions on women in maritime was supposed to have started yesterday, but for logistic reasons, we couldn't commence. So the paper for yesterday will now be subsumed under the discussions for today. I will continue to thank our headline sponsors, the National Inland Waterways Authority and Fitzwilliams Ventures. So I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, to enjoy the day with us as we embark on this cruise. Make your contributions to us by way of the raising up your hands when you need to speak, especially during the question and answer session. And also by making your comments at the chat box so that we can attend to all your needs, all your concerns, and everything you want us to do to make your stay with us and your participation in this August event what it should be and what you want it to be for you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Without wasting so much more of the time, we call on the moderator for the first roundtable for today. We shall be discussing women in maritime. And the moderator is none other than Mrs. Naa Denswa IT at TST. If she is available, please bring her on the platform so she can take over.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Zoe Maritime. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen. I wish to stand on existing protocols. I hope you can hear me, Mr. Bright.
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, madam. I should have read your citation. Please, let's listen to her citation before we hand over the floor to her, please. I apologize for that.
No problem.
Mrs. Na Denswa IT is the International Director, Women's International Shipping and Trading Association, WISTA. She's a graduate of the prestigious World Maritime University, Malmo, a foundation member of WISTA Ghana as at 2010. She's an internationally acclaimed activist and facilitator for women in shipping in Africa. She was also formerly the head of Shippers Service of the Ghana's Shippers Authority in Accra, Ghana. Please join me as I welcome Mrs. Naa Denswa IT. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much, Bright. And once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to stand on existing protocols, and that is from yesterday. I do agree that yesterday was a full day and very interesting topics, and therefore wish to take the opportunity to thank the organizers of the Lagos International Maritime Week, Zoe Maritime, and especially the woman behind it all, Orish Matosan Edodo Imori, for inviting me once again to moderate a session like this. Since its inception, that is the Lagos International Maritime Week, I've had the opportunity to attend either as a speaker or a moderator, and each time I have found the forum very educative and always enhanced. Today's session and topic on women, peace and security is one that I believe causes us to evaluate what we as women and gender advocates have done or will do or is doing to facilitate sustainable peace, security, and development. Today we have 1 hour to do this, and we have 4 panelists who will help us to look through and to discuss this topic. We have, first of all, Madam Despina Panayotou Theodosu, who is the president of the Women's International Shipping and Trading Association International. Despina is also the Chief Executive Officer of Tototheo Maritime SA in Greece, Piraeus, Cyprus, Attiki, and Greece. She is also a graduate from the University of Oxford, where she had a MSc in Major Program Management between 2017 and 2019. Despina is also a director at the Marine Fields Holding Limited, Limassol, a director with the Skills and More, Cyprus. She is also associated with the following organizations: Association of SA and Limited Liability Companies in Greece, chair of the shipping sector. She's also a member of the board of directors of Invest Cyprus. She's also the chairwoman, Media and CSR Committee. She's also the member of the board of directors of Cyprus Shipping Chamber. And today we are happy to have her with us. Our next speaker is Madam Jean Chiazo Anishere, a senior advocate of Nigeria and one of Nigeria's most prominent maritime lawyers and a successful author, having already written 5 volumes of essays in Admiralty, a comprehensive collection of essays and learned papers focused on maritime law. Jean is the editor-in-chief of Admiralty Law Reports of Nigeria, volumes 1 to 20, which is a compendium of law of judgments on admiralty matters in Nigeria. She holds a Bachelor of Laws degree, LLB, from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, 1985, Master of Laws, LLM, University of Lagos, and Masters in Transport Management, Ladoka Akintola University. She has a Certificate of Merit in Shipping from the Cambridge Academy of Transport, UK, and she was called to the bar in 1986 and sworn notary public in 1990. Madam Jean Chiazo is the immediate past president of the Continental African Women in Maritime Association. It is my pleasure to welcome these two. And the next speaker Our next panelist is Ms. Sylvia Asana Dauda Owu, who holds a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology with Sociology from the University of Ghana, Legon, a Master of Science in Shipping Management from the World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden, and an Executive Master's in Business Administration, Strategic Management and Consultancy from the Paris Graduate School of Management, France. She has taken various courses and seminars that relate to her profession in Ghana and at the international level. She is a chartered member of the Institute of Logistics and Transport. Ms. Sylvia Asana works with the Ghana Shippers Authority since 1993 and has risen through the ranks to the position of a Deputy Chief Executive. Today, she is president of the Women in Maritime of West and Central Africa that aims at empowering and encouraging women participation in the maritime sector. We have a lot to say. And our next panelist is Lieutenant Commander Shanice Limatha Kendall from the United States Navy. Lieutenant Commander Shanice Kendall was born in Merced, California, and reared in England, Oklahoma, and Virginia. She graduated from the United States Naval Academy in 2007 with a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry, Naval Postgraduate School in 2008 with a Master of Science degree in Operations Research with honorary thesis distinction, and the University of Maryland in 2015 with a dual Master of Science in Information Technology, Project Management. Lieutenant Commander Kendall has been as a surface warfare officer. She has completed her division officer tours in the USS, the Sullivans, as well as at the auxiliaries. Today, we will have Lieutenant Commander Kendall, who is the Deputy Director of the Coalition Coordination Center under the Combined Maritime Forces of the Faith Fleet Headquarters. And it's our pleasure to welcome all these 4 women to talk with us on peace and security. Before I call them, we'll have as our main speakers. I'd like to point out a few things before we continue. I'd like to say that we have an hour, and we are giving to each speaker 10 minutes for them to make their presentation. And then afterwards, we'll have the time for questions, contributions, etc. Just a brief, which I know that they will all talk about. I'd like to just quickly mention that it has been 2 decades since the United Nations Security Council adopted the landmark resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security in October 2000. This resolution reaffirmed the important role of women in the prevention and resolution of conflicts, peace negotiations, peace building, peacekeeping, humanitarian response and post-conflict reconstruction, and stresses the importance of women's equal participation and full involvement in all efforts for the maintenance and promotion of peace and security. The resolution has been called and has been considered to be a landmark. It does not mean that was the only resolution that has been passed since 2000, but even before 2000, the UN Security Council had passed other resolutions, such as the 126 resolution in 1999, Resolution 1265 in September 1999, Resolution 1296 2000, and Resolution 1314. And all these resolutions were for the protection of women, children, and even civilians in armed conflicts who have become targets in such situations. And therefore, The resolution 1325, which encompasses all of these resolutions in the past, was considered to be a landmark, which calls for peace and security in its widest form and the active involvement of women. It urges all actors to increase the participation of women and incorporate gender perspective in all the United Nations peace and security efforts. It called on all parties to the conflict to take special measures to protect women and girls from gender-based violence, particularly rape and other forms of sexual abuse in situations of armed conflict. Today we have 4 panelists, ladies, and I'm sure you are all aware how these conflicts, especially in our part of the world, Africa, has impacted on women, the girl child, our economy, opportunities for education, and the way we lose our livelihoods and a lot of negative impacts. I could mention a lot. Now, as leaders of women organizations, you are seen to be able to provide guidance, advocacy, mentorship on the marginalization of women in decision-making, even after conflict and peace-building periods. The call to include women in the decision-making in peace-building efforts is very crucial and important. And I'm hoping that as members of your association belonging to the member states of the United Nations, you have something to tell us about your efforts and how your countries are relating to the peace and security in situations of armed conflicts and peace building. Thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to hand over and call on Ms. Despina Panayotou-Theodosiou to give us her presentation briefly. Despina will be giving us, will be showing a video on Despina's presentation. So Mr. Bright, if you could bring on Despina's presentation. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to join this panel, looking at diversity and gender in industry, but also through the regional lens. Today, I would like to give you some insight into WISTA, the Women's International Shipping and Trading Association. And in talking to you about the association, and hopefully as we listen to our other panelists from the Women in Maritime associations, we can build a picture of the role of women in maritime and how by building up diversity, we can build up better harmony, collaboration, and success. For this, I do not just mean better harmony and success in our industries, but our societies as well. If we look around the world, we have a growing number of women with influence who have been able to secure some of the greatest positions in their societies. They have achieved their dreams. In these countries, there is the evidence how equality builds better businesses, better societies, and better lives for everyone. So while I introduce WISTA and what we stand for, think about how empowering everyone in an organization, a company, or in a region is a way to empower prosperity for the future, given the challenges we currently face. WISTA is a global organization with national associations around the world. There are 55 countries with national WISTAs, each with their own executive committees, their own events, and to some extent direction to address local or regional gender issues. These national WISTAs have collectively about 4,000 members, women and men who see the benefits of supporting diversity and gender equality in maritime and trade. And this, I think, is one of the strengths of our organization. Our national WISTA associations have the grassroots connectivity They're able to work within the regional and national agendas to raise awareness and address the issues that are important. It is this national touch, linking these local issues with a wider audience, that gives WISTA the ability to see some trends, issues, and topics that should be addressed on an international level. Our members are executives and leaders within our maritime and trade industries and have their finger on the pulse. They can feed back trends and developments to share experiences with other national associations. And this is an important part of our work within WISTA International, the umbrella part of our organization, which brings the national experiences together and helps strengthen the efforts to increase gender and diversity achievements on the global stage. WISTA International works to raise gender and diversity awareness in a number of different ways. As well as engagements such as these, we work closely with a number of other associations within the maritime shipping and trade space, supporting their own gender agendas, helping to look at issues and facilitating the sharing of knowledge, building up tools to help with change, and fortifying the commitment and belief that this change can help grow our industries. We work closely with the International Maritime Organization and with other organizations such as those presenting today. We have our committees within WISTA, our most recent one being the Trade Committee, with members extremely knowledgeable and skilled in trade facilitation. The aim of this committee is to create instances of collaboration in the shipping, trading, and logistics sectors. The same applies with our other committees. We have committees on diversity, on technology, HR, and very soon a committee on ports. These committees bring together members from across national associations with competence, skills, and knowledge in a way that our industry has never seen before. And this is where I want to really address how diversity can grow in our industry. We are now at the point where associations such as ours should not only be known to be talking about diversity and gender issues. We see today a growing number of women taking leadership positions and being interviewed in the media or invited on the stage, not because they're women talking about gender, but they're leaders talking about technology, regulation and policy, legislation, trade, recruitment, or finance. And the people in the audience are now more diverse too. The consumers of media, the attendees at events, they are becoming more diverse. We are driving the acceptance of more diverse voices, more diverse topics, raising the breadth of the discussion and bringing in new ideas. There have been studies done by leading consultancies that correlate increases in real diversity in an organization with the company's financial results. International organizations such as the World Bank and IMF have shown through data how societies benefit through diversity. Yes, there are those that will remain scared, fearful of change. But look around us. The only constant is change. There's so much change. There's digitalization. We have climate issues. We're talking about sustainability. We're talking about diversity. Change is happening. It is inevitable. And like a ship, it can be steered, but the wind is in the sails and it will not be stopped. Thank you for listening to me.
We thank the speaker for her presentation on what the Women's International Shipping and Trading Association is doing currently. We are grateful for her presentation, and in due course, we shall ask questions or make contributions to what she has just given to us. Since she's not currently with us, we'll move on. We'll reserve the questions and the contributions to a later meeting. And I'll go on to call Jean Chiazo Anishere's son, if she's here. would like her to make her presentation now. Mr. Bright, is Jinchazo in now? Jinchazo Anishere?
No,
Okay.
Madam Anishere is not here yet.
All right, then. Then we'll go on to Madam Sylvia Owu, if she can also make her presentation, talking about women, peace, security, and the development of maritime capacity.
She's not here yet.
I think there will
She's
be
not
a
here
problem.
yet.
You sure? Then maybe there's a little bit of a problem because she's supposed to have joined and hooked on. I think all the panelists have a special link.
Maybe we should just go ahead with Commander Kendall while we wait for the other speakers to join us. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, that is fine. Let me call Lieutenant Commander Kendall to give us a presentation now.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Commander Shanice Kendall. I am stationed at United States Naval Forces Africa, and I will give a presentation on our Women, Peace, and Security agenda as it pertains to the Women in Maritime Roundtable. Next slide. So for the agenda today, I'll give an overview of WPS. I know it was kind of brief just now, but I'll just kind of give you an overview on how we
just
see
a
it.
minute. Are you sorry, Shaneza, are you making a presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you showing your screen because we don't see it?
Oh, okay. I have on my computer.
Oh, okay. So you're not showing your presentation on screen.
Okay, I'll speak to it. That's fine.
But okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I'll give an overview of WPS. I'll explain our agenda today, the significance of having a gender perspective and how we are integrating gender perspective in our operation.
Madam, please, could you project? You can project. Go ahead and project from where you are. Please, if you can.
Can you?
Go ahead and project. Yes.
It will be good.
I have a separate computer. I'm using a different capability to broadcast. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yes.
It's all right.
Okay. So then I'll discuss what we've been doing in Africa, as well as some upcoming events that we are planning to do, how we're being supported through this agenda, and how we can work together in advancing this. So as was mentioned before, Women's Peace and Security, it evolved from the UNSCR, United Nations Security Council resolution of 1325 that recognizes women must be critical actors in all efforts to achieve a sustainable international peace and security. What we have advocated is it's not just a women's thing. We need men to support this effort if we want to continue seeing great things going forward. So for our framework, when it comes to the military side, what we are doing for the WPS agenda is we want to make sure that we are modeling employing WPS in the sense of we are demonstrating that women are in different roles of leadership or in types of decision-making roles when it comes to being in the maritime profession. And we hope to encourage other nations to do the same as best as possible. Where we're planning to implement this is, as I'll discuss later, is through our exercises that we have in Africa, some of our engagements that we have in the theater, just like for today, with my presence here on behalf of Naval Forces Africa, U.S. Naval Forces Africa. And what we hope to impact from all this is that we're hoping that with women in leadership roles or in speaking roles, we hope to increase our military effectiveness, both at sea and ashore. And we hope that this will incite more conversation from women to have this kind of discussions within their own circles. And we're hoping that by having these discussions and showing and demonstrating that women can be a part of leadership roles, we're hoping that this will advance other women to do the same in our partner nations in the maritime sector. Okay, next slide. So for our agenda for WPS, as it pertains to us, again, we are promoting a gender perspective and women's equal and meaningful participation in peace processes, peace building, and security. Our lines of efforts, again, is to ensure that women are having meaningful participation in decision-making roles and the engagement we do across the theater. And also, too, we are hoping to work with our partner nations to ensure that women and girls are safe and secure, and that their human rights are protected during conflict and crisis. Some of our goals right now, our focus is the Gulf of Guinea region. We're hoping to establish a regional WPS coalition or initiative to showcase women in maritime industry. And so to make that clear is that we're wanting to work with our partners in the Gulf of Guinea region. And when we mention maritime industry, it's not just a military defense sector type focus. It's also to include the ports, to include women who are involved in immigration, and those who are maybe impacted by women, peace, and security when it comes to, as we talked about yesterday, with maritime security concerns, with the folks are impacted by that, with the fisheries, any kind of shore-based industries that are involved with the maritime aspect of it. So if anything, what we're hoping to do is to work with our partners in the regions to establish this. And one thing that we are doing going forward is working with the exercises that we have. I know Obangami was mentioned yesterday as one exercise event that we are trying to inject this in, and to include with our senior leadership symposium with heads of militaries to talk about these efforts, as well as potentially doing engagement in Senegal to continue this conversation going forward. And also the African Lion exercise, which is a little bit outside of Gulf of Guinea area, but still trying to use the WPS injects to put into that. And then what we're also trying to do, not only just in the exercise front, but also how do you operationalize women's peace and security in maritime security operations, such as human trafficking, migration, counter-piracy, fishing, search and rescue, all these things as we would demonstrate in the exercises that we do in the theater as part of that. And what we've done so far, as you see on the pictures there, we've been doing a lot of training in-house, as well as going out down to theater to talk about these issues as well. So those efforts are going as our planning have been executed, but we are continuing to do that going forward. So the significance to us in having this gender perspective is having this gender perspective means that we can have a better understanding of gender-based differences between women and men, and how their societal roles and interactions in distributing power and access to resources are impacted. And by also having the ability to detect if and when women, boys, and girls are affected differently by a situation, whether it be social or cultural context. So having that perspective makes us a little more bigger picture, a little more understanding of different roles of women and men, boys and girls play in society, and how we operate. And how we plan to mainstream gender perspectives is we are planning, like I said before, is we are distributing this into our operations that we do, as well as how we do exercises, how we think about these things, even training programs as well. And by having these venues to do this, we're hoping that this will promote more equality between women and men in combating discrimination. Like I mentioned before, we're integrating this as we speak with some of our engagements that we're having in the Gulf of Guinea area, and we're also developing classroom trainings focused on WPS principles. And so with that, we doing it within the military, as well as having professionals that do this for a living, to kind of bring this forward so that we can train not only our military personnel, but also our African partners on this, for countries that are interested. And there are also training programs that we have that we work through the embassy lines for women who are interested to learn more about women in defense. So those are programs that are existing that we have done in theater as well. And then when it comes to any kind of crisis response, we're applying that as well, this gender perspective, with including that with our planning processes, making sure that any displaced persons, if we ever have to conduct something like that, that we have women and children in mind as well. Next slide. So what we've been advocating within our command is what our teams can do. So everyone that I work with come from different backgrounds, even though we all fall in the maritime Navy. I work with women and men that are in logistics, that do engineering, that do medical. So because their functions are very different in regards to the bigger picture, what I have tasked them to do is to ask themselves how they can mainstream gender within their own functional area, and how they can leverage both men and women to participate in conversations about these topics, and how they can train their staffs and their personnel on these topics, and how we can use that training to influence how we administrate when it comes to hiring processes, or just how we assign taskings or giving people opportunities to do planning events that maybe traditionally maybe held by men. And we figure that by doing this, that gives everyone an opportunity to contribute to the conversation, as well as find their own niche within the maritime aspect, and how they can influence the APS agenda going forward. And one thing as well is that when we do work with our partner nations, whether it be in Africa or Europe, they'll be able to interface with women of all different types of branches, backgrounds. So it's nice to have different backgrounds of women and men to talk about this and figure out some ways that they can get involved and how they can continue this conversation on the command's behalf. So at least within the last few months, because we just established our WPS working group here at my command, what we've done is that we have gone down to Africa in the Gulf of Guinea area. I was a speaker back in July for the Women in Maritime of West and Central Africa. So I was able to participate in that, talking about the same exact topic here about what our efforts are in the Gulf of Guinea area and our vision for women's peace and security. Again, we've done some training. We've done a symposium from Liberia with the comms piece of it, getting women that are specialized in that background and talking about women's roles in communications in the military in Liberia. And what we've done operationally is that we have a platform, USS Herschel Woody Williams, that is our flagship, who has been circumnavigating around Africa since last year till now, to the present. And so we have a woman, female XO, executive officer. She's the second in charge of this massively big ship. And she is a Black female, and she was our advocate while she was sailing around Africa, in helping us with these engagements down there, whether it be with Liberia, Ghana, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, South Africa. And we were able to, she was open to having our members here from the staff train her crew on women's peace and security, and how they too can help and get involved not only within their ship internally, but in support of crisis response, as well as when they go to these different countries to do theater security cooperation engagements. And so far, it's been very well received, and we're hoping that she'll be able to come back again in the future to talk about her experiences being the second in command of a Navy warship assigned to Africa. So one of our featured events, as I mentioned briefly, is we have Obangami Express that's coming to Senegal. That's going to be a kickoff there in March timeframe. And so for International Women's Day, we're hoping that we can do an event down there and talking about maritime security and talking with the host nation there of Senegal and trying to invite as many people as we can to continue this WPS agenda going forward. So as you know, with Obangami, it's a lot of countries that are invited to that. I think up to about 32 different countries, to include European countries and Canada and the US. And we're hoping to capitalize on that opportunity to engage with women that are participating in the exercise, as well as invite women organizations that are down there in Senegal, and hopefully bring some speakers to the event to talk about this. Some topics that we're kind of brainstorming right now is talking about maritime security, the legal piece of it, gender perspectives in maritime security, and women's role in influencing ocean governments, and how we can increase women's participation and visibility in the maritime security, and some others. So what we've been doing, at least to help us with this, we are not working on this alone. Again, we're working with our partners in the region, but we've also been working with other organizations within our military lifelines and educational backgrounds, professional educational backgrounds on this, such as academia, war colleges, and we're also working across different military components, as like the Air Force, the Marines, and NATO, and now working with Ms. Tosan, who has been gracious enough to introduce me to the maritime, the maritime industry on the private side, which is interesting because where I work for Military Sea Lift Command, and our ships, although they work for the Navy, these are also merchant mariners that we work with. So they are civilians that drive ships as well. So we definitely want to include them into the conversation and building this forward, because we do have women on our maritime ships as well that are supporting our ships in auxiliary and the logistics and at the ports. So we definitely wanted to include them in there. And then we're hoping to work with any other NGO organizations or any women maritime networks that are women focused, and trying to bring them in. And hopefully collectively, if we work together, we can definitely build this initiative to be something more strong and long lasting. And so as part of the wrap up here for the panel session, I wrote some questions down, maybe to think about, to stir conversation. And these are just some questions that we posed and some other discussions we've had to date throughout Africa and the engagements that we've done. But some questions are, what are some of the factors you believe are most important in recruiting and retaining female talent in the maritime industry? What are the most significant factors in you choosing to continue your career in this sector? Viewing the world from a gender perspective or through a gender lens focuses our attention on the different expectations and experience of men, women, boys, and girls in a given social and cultural context. What do you see as some areas of the maritime profession this is most important or most naturally integrated? What do you see are ways that we can better incorporate gender perspective, maximizing participation of men and women in important discussions? Where does it matter the most, and how we incorporate this? And are there any organizational changes you think could further this goal? So those are just some questions there. And then also too, I'm hoping upon conclusion of this 2-day conference is that, how can we, all the great work that all the organizations are doing right now in tackling some of the challenges in this region when it comes to women's peace and security, how can that tie into that? And how we can collaborate going forward in developing this initiative. And it could be whether, is there ways that we can work through conferences, seminars, visits, et cetera, because from what we've seen is that by working even with our other components, whether it be the Air Force or the Army or the Marines, everyone has their different perspective. And it's really great to see that. And what we have succeeded is that by bringing us all together, we've been able to create some really great work and to really start some good planting some seeds down there so we can continue this program for longevity purposes, because we see there's a benefit in this, and it's great to share experiences across this spectrum here in regards to, from my background and working with other women in the same industry. It's nice to see that, because as we see, I'm a surface warfare officer, so I go on ships. As the higher you go, the less female representation that you see. So it's nice to see see women in different aspects of maritime, not just on ships, but also whether it's supporting at the ports or supporting, whether it's medical engineering. We all have a role in making making the maritime industry successful. Other than that, that is all I have for my presentation today. I'll be standing by to answer any questions from the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Shanez, for this in-depth presentation showing us that this is not just a policy thing, but you are implementing strategies to make sure that the UN Security Council resolution is practicalized. I think that you've said a lot and you've given us food for thought, what is happening and how the US Naval Force is working in Africa. But we will have time to ask more questions at the time of the Q&A. So for now, I'll say thank you so much for your presentation, which was very insightful and thought-provoking, because it means that what are we doing with the other in the other countries? You have chosen the Gulf of Guinea, but what about the rest of Africa? Let us see when we come to the Q&A. So thank you once again. And let me call on Madame Sylvia Owu, President of the Women in Maritime of West and Central Africa, to give us her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And let me say good morning to participants, our distinguished participants. And also thank the organizers, Zoe Maritime, for inviting me to this program, and to commend you for the wonderful work you are doing. The outline of my presentation will be as follows. Can we have the slide, please? Move. Can you hear me? Hello? Good, thank you.
Okay.
Bright, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let me say good morning once again to our distinguished participants, and to thank Zoe Maritime for inviting me to this wonderful program, and to commend you for the wonderful work you're doing. In my presentation, I will touch on the UN Security Council resolution. Can we have the slide, please? I'll touch on the UN Security Council resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. I also touch on IMO gender programs and other initiatives. I will touch on the key objectives of WIMOCA, and then we'll touch on the peace and security challenges in the Gulf of Guinea, and then talk about the role of WIMOCA in peace, security, and the development of the maritime capacity in the region. Let me start by saying that the United Nations Security Council resolution 1325 talks about the importance of the role women need to play in effective resolution of conflict. And that I must say, is the first formal recognition of the critical role that women play in the effective resolution of conflict, peace negotiation, peace building, and peacekeeping. In other words, they recognize the role of women as equal actors in addressing maritime-related issues. But the question is, how can we achieve this agenda? The agenda, WPS agenda, how can we achieve this? We can achieve this by ensuring that women play roles within the maritime sector. We can achieve this by involving women in decision-making in the maritime governance. We can achieve this through women's engagement in maritime protection and defense initiatives. This means that we need to have women who have the right skills, who have the capability to play these key roles. And this is where we need to look at as women associations to ensure that we have the women who have the right capabilities, who have the right skills, who have the right abilities to play the roles that play the roles that we are expected to play under the provisions that we've been given under UNCR 1325. But the reality is that women within the maritime sector are few, the numbers are few. Statistics have shown that the industry is heavily male dominated. So obviously something has to be done. And BIMCO, in its study in 2021, indicated that women represent 1.2% of global seafarer workforce. And that's an estimate of 24,059 serving as seafarers. Even though this is an increase from previous years, we still need to do more. And institutions like the International Maritime Organization have championed the efforts to increase women participation in the maritime sector, aimed at promoting more women inclusion in both shore-based and sea-going positions through training. Also, the Women in Maritime program under the slogan, Training, Visibility, Recognition, has enhanced the contribution of women as key stakeholders in the industry. In fact, we are beginning to realize some of the benefits. Recently, when we had the Maritime Women's Day, some of our own were recognized. Our lady from Nigeria, Mrs. Nneka Obiayo, was recognized as one of the women leaders who played key role during the COVID times. And these are things that we need to see more and more to encourage more women into the industry. IMO, I must say, is also strongly committed to helping member states achieve the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. In particular is the agenda, the SDG 5, which we all support, and that has to do with gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. In addition to that, IMO supports the Maritime CEO program that is aimed at equipping women, training them with the requisite skills to take up leadership positions within the maritime sector. Apart from that, IMO has also championed the establishment of Women in Maritime Association, a network that brings together women within the maritime industry. It's a platform that brings together women within the maritime industry in the various regions. This started as far back as 2004, when the PACWIMA, the one in Pacific, started. Pacific Women in Maritime Association started in Fiji in 2004. This was followed by the network of professional women in maritime and port sector for West and Central Africa. That was launched in 2007. And that was followed by the Association of Women in the Maritime Sector in Eastern and Southern Africa region. That is WOMESA. It was done in Kenya in 2007. We have the Asia Women in Maritime Association in Asia that was established in 2010, followed by the Women in Maritime Caribbean, which was also established in 2015. Then we have the Arab Women in Maritime Association, which was established in 2017. And then the one in Latin America, also established in 2017. The youngest of all the association is the Women in Maritime of West and Central Africa, WIMOCA, which was recently established in July 2021. As a young association, we are still growing. And let me take this opportunity to call on the various administrations, maritime administrations and agencies within the maritime sector to support, because this is a time we're trying to set up the national chapters in the various countries. And I'm using this opportunity to call on their support so that we can help set up the national chapters in our respective countries in West and Central Africa. It's a young association and we all need to come on board. We need everyone to come on board to help us establish these national chapters within the various countries. Of course, our objectives are similar to that of other sister associations that IMO has created, and that is to champion the promotion and empowerment of women in the maritime industry, with a view to help strengthen the maritime capacity in the region. We are also there to promote the achievement of the SDG 5 on gender empowerment in the maritime industry. We want to monitor the participation of women within the maritime industry in West and Central Africa. It is when we monitor our growth that we can, come out with recommendations as to how we can continue to improve. Of course, we participate in IMO key celebrations like the World Maritime Day, International Seafarers Day, and we collaborate with various stakeholders, NGOs and other women, to celebrate these days. And we have activities that we engage in. Quite recently, during the World Oceans Day, we engaged with the fisher folks along the coast to sensitize them about the need to keep our oceans clean. Yes, this is the kind of collaboration that we want to have with all the partners so that at the end of the day, the maritime industry will benefit from our engagement. We also want to raise the level of awareness about the maritime industry in West and Central Africa by organizing workshops, seminars, among others. In fact, we have already started doing that. We've organized seminars with the likes of Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. We've organized seminars with WISTA International. We have had programs with regional maritime universities where some of our people, some of our members who are experts in their own field have come out as resource persons to support these workshops and organizations or seminars. And that's what we are looking out for. The WIMOCA platform is rich with a lot of women with experience. It's rich with expertise, women who are experts in their own right. It's rich with people who are leaders in government institutions, who are leaders in their own organizations. And that is the beauty of having such an association, so that we can all come together, we network, we work together in the interests of the maritime sector. We also will collaborate with regional bodies in and outside West and Central Africa. Already we have gained observer status at the Abuja MOU, and we look forward to working very well with them. We were at the Maritime Organizations of West and Central Africa when they had their General Assembly recently. We were there. We look forward to working with them. And indeed, I'm happy that the Shanez just mentioned collaboration. We're looking forward to working with you, Shanez, in the interest of women and, of course, the maritime sector in general. So we are open to cooperating with regional bodies and other organizations in and outside West and Central Africa in the promotion of maritime activity. Madam Moderator, just permit me to touch a bit on the security issue, since WIMOCA is out to play some role in the peace and security in the Gulf of Guinea. Yes, we are aware of the security challenges within the Gulf of Guinea. In fact, yesterday, I listened to the presentations and Ambassador Florence touched on it. Dr. Jamo also touched on it. They spoke extensively about the challenges within the Gulf of Guinea. We are all aware that even the African Union Integrated Maritime Strategy has identified quite a number of criminal activities that take place within the Gulf of Guinea, like illegal arms, drug trafficking, We have piracy, which is on the high, is increasing. I mean, even though admit work is being done, which we hope that in future, all these issues will go down. But the statistics that we have indicate that robbery and piracy, we have high incidence of such within the Gulf of Guinea. And of course, for us to be able to overcome these issues and to work them properly, we need the efforts of all. I mean, it's not, it cannot be done by only the men, you know. So this is where we come in, and we all have to play our role in finding solutions to the problem. Because yesterday, Ambassador Florence mentioned that all these issues that are happening, you know, they happen on land. For instance, the illicit activities that are happening, the criminal activities that are happening on the high seas, they happen on land. The people plan the activities on land, they execute, and they come back to land. And we know that we have women and children on land. And we are ready to work with these women groups, women associations, to ensure that some of these problems that we have with regards to peace and security will be minimized. You know, so we are ready to work with all these people to reduce the incidence of these criminal activities within the Gulf of Guinea. Yes, how do we do this? How do we do this? Yes, and here WIMOCA can play a role. How do we do it? We can do it by empowering our women through capacity building and training. You can only play active role in something when you have the requisite skills, you have the training. And I must say, IMO is doing quite well through WIMOCA and other associations, regional bodies that they have created. You know, it serves as a platform for capacity building, for training, and for opportunities as well, you know. And I think this should continue, but we should not leave it to only IMO. I believe the maritime administrations, the agencies, the ministries that we have within the country should also see women as partners and give us the necessary training and capacity building so that we will be we can play our role effectively within the sector. Advocacy for government and maritime, yes, we need the support, as I was saying, we need the support from all these agencies to be able to deliver. We're ready to foster partnership with cross-section of women activities, yes, to address violent extremism and promote peace. I mentioned that we have women associations along the coast. In fact, these fisher folks, they can be quite powerful. The groups, we have worked with them and we continue to work with them. They need to be sensitized. They need to be educated to know the impact of some of these vices, you know, in the community. And once they have an understanding of it, I believe they will also be partners in helping curb some of these vices within the society. I mentioned earlier that we have the experts, we have some women who are experienced, who have the qualities, who are experts in their own right, have the lawyers, and when it comes to drafting legislation and regulations, I think we can also make inputs, you know. Once we find ourselves on a platform that we can make inputs, we will be ready to make inputs to come out with legislature, regulations, or policy that will inure to the benefit of all for the betterment of the maritime sector. So we are looking forward. We want to be on the Abuja MOU, MOCA, we are ready, and other associations, other bodies that we will find ourselves useful. I want to assure all that we are ready and we want to be part of this. Networking to share best practices, yes. We share experiences from each other. Some of our women are high up there. They are leaders, they are directors, you know, and it's very important that we work with these people, we share ideas. Sometimes when we have challenges, you have somebody to call to get some advice as to what to do. And these are the benefits that we need. And this is the support that we need as women to keep growing within the industry. Create maritime domain awareness among girls within the second cycle institution. There are a lot of career opportunities. Yesterday, the presenter spoke about the fact that they need pilots, they need to do maritime intelligence, we need a Navy, to curb these instances. Yes, the young girls in the second cycle institution need to be told that they need to be made aware that there are a lot of career opportunities in the maritime sector. And that is what we want to do. We want to go out there and catch them young. You know, recently we had a program where we invited quite a number of girls from the second cycle institution. And we had people who are experienced seafarers who have served for years. They came, they spoke about their experiences and courage, and we are amazed as to how this, how it was so helpful for the young girls to know that there are lots of opportunities. You can be an engineer, you can be a Navy, you can be a pilot. Intelligence gatherings, we need, it's not just meant for the males, the women too can do it. And it's our responsibility, it's our duty to go out there and let the young girls know that there are a lot of opportunities within the maritime sector that they can take advantage of to ensure that we have peace and security in the region. Partnership with maritime education institutions, yes. This is an area that we can also look at. We can look at to get scholarship for young girls who are desirous of pursuing education within the maritime sector, but are not able to do that. We want to be able to solicit for scholarship, you know, for young women who want to do this. And we are ready to contribute to research and development of the maritime industry. Mentorship programs, we want to make that available to the young ones. And even those within, you know, even those of us who are growing within the industry, we still need mentors. So we need to have mentorship program to facilitate career advancement within and professional well-being of women within the sector. Yeah. On this note, Madam Moderator, let me conclude by saying that we really would like to commend IMO for the initiatives taken to increase women participation in the maritime sector. We call on all to support because we need the help of everyone in the Western Central African region. WIMOCA is committed to its main objective of championing and promoting and empowerment of women in the maritime sector. We look forward to collaborating with other sister organizations, regional bodies, NGOs, among others, to achieve our common objective. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Sylvia, President of WIMOCA, the Women in Maritime West and Central Africa. Thank you for your beautiful presentation and the fact that WIMOCA is so young. Only this year, WIMOCA was launched, I think somewhere in September or so. It seems that WIMOCA has been working even before the launch. Congratulations. Young as you are, you have a lot of work and plans and programs to do to empower women and to ensure that they are protected. Thank you. You do have a big job at hand, reaching out to the second cycle institutions, catching them young. That's a lot, and that is wonderful. I will come back to you during the Q&A and we'll discuss some more. Once again, thank you for this presentation. It's been wonderful listening to you. Our next presenter is Madam Jane Piazzo Anishire's son, and I hope she's here. Is Jane in now?
Yes, she's here.
Kind of captivated by your background now. If you don't have waterfront background, you have your photograph staring lovely at me. Hello, everyone.
I can't see you. Where are you?
I can see you. If you give me a background as lovely as yours, you will see me.
Can I see your face? Wave to me so I know you are there.
I don't want to wave. I want a background as cute as yours.
Thank you.
Here.
Oh, okay. Good to know that. And welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to have you here and to listen to you on women, peace, and security and what Women Africa has been doing.
Well, I don't have a topic on what Women Africa has been doing. My topic is on women, peace and security, the role of women in maritime security and peace.
Thank you.
I'm not going to talk about Women Africa's objectives, okay? But don't worry, I'll give you a paper.
Gina, are you sharing a PowerPoint?
I don't know. I think that's for Tosan to decide. If I'm not going to share from here, I'm not told to do that.
All right.
But I'll send my papers to them.
All right. Mr. Bright. Okay, maybe you can start.
Right.
Maybe you can
just came back from court.
Madam Anishere,
Yeah.
could you please turn on your video, please? We can't see you.
I can see you. I've turned on my video since. I don't know what happened.
Oh. Unfortunately, we can't see you.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if any other person can.
No,
okay,
I
if
can.
you can't see me,
That's good.
Well, if you can't see me, so you can hear me. That's what is important, isn't it? I don't know what's wrong with the video. So can we get started?
Jen,
All
we
right,
all know you, so you can start.
Yeah. Okay. Right. My topic. Good morning, everyone. Morning from Lagos, Nigeria. And my topic is on women, peace and security, the role of women in maritime security and peace. First, I must thank Tosa and her team for their constant presentations on these issues relating to maritime, whether it's peace and security or all other relevant issues that affect the industry. I commend Zoe maritime industry for the good work, the dexterity, and the continuity of this training program. Now, first we want to go by the definition. All right, I see the sharing something slide on the outline. My outline is on the introduction. What is women, peace, and security? And then, of course, what is UNSCR 1325? An explanation of the landmark resolution on women, peace, and security. And of course, I talked about piracy in West Africa, maritime security, and on maritime security, issues relating to the ISPS code, the guide to maritime security and the ISPS code, ILO and IMO code of practice on security in ports were all touched upon. I went further to talk about the role of women. Women Africa now wants to know about Women Africa in maritime space, on peace and security. And of course, challenges faced by women in the maritime space. And I brought the vessel to birth by way of conclusion on the expansion and inclusion of the WPS as Women, Peace and Security agenda, gendering traditional security actors and institutions. So let's start the rudder. What is women, peace and security? Women, peace and security, otherwise known as WPS, is a policy framework that recognizes that women must be critical actors in all efforts to achieve sustainable international peace and security. Now, this is quite interesting. So it's not all about men now. So women are also critical to sustaining international peace and security. That's great. And so WPS promotes a gendered perspective and women's equal and meaningful participation in peace processes, peace building, and security. The WPS agenda evolved from the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, which was unanimously adopted on the 31st of October, 2000. Now, the UNSCR 1325 addresses not only the disproportionate impacts of war on women, but also the pivotal role women should do and play in conflict prevention, conflict management, and sustainable peace efforts. So we all see that this UN SCR 1325 is very key to women's participation in sustaining peace and security in the globe. Now, the framework of UN SCR 1325 consists of 4 pillars. We have participation, protection, prevention, and relief and recovery. In a statement in 2005, the Security Council called upon United Nations and member states to continue implementing the UN SCR 1325 through the development of national action plans. I heard earlier when Silva talked about IMO SDG programs. Those ones are equally laudable. But United Nations is also doing something fantastic under this UN SCR 1325 code. In December 2011, President Barack Obama, the then President of the United States, signed an executive order instituting a US National Action Plan on women, peace, and security, making the WPS agenda an official national policy priority. Now, this is very key. This is very commendable. And this, I believe, most nations should endeavor to, particularly African nations, to adopt. Sometime in Kenya, I remember that the fact of developing national action plan came up, and a few countries could not actually come up with their own national action plan. And this is quite unfortunate. So we should look at the UN SCR 1325 code and see how we could incorporate some of the provisions in the code as it relates to women, peace, and security in the nation. On the 6th of October 2017, the US Women, Peace, and Security Act of 2017 was signed into law by President Donald Trump. The act mandates training for relevant government personnel on WPS issues, encourages consultation with stakeholders regarding women's participation in peace processes, and requires that the president submit a national strategy on WPS to Congress. And so the US strategy on women, peace, and security was released in June 2019. This is a template that I personally recommend to African states. The UN Security Council Resolution 1325 is highly commendable. An explanation of the landmark resolution on women, peace, and security is a topic that we must not gloss over. Up until recently, African women were, by and large, non-existent in maritime history. Non-existent in maritime history. And that's why I must say here, the kudos to IMO for thinking forth in birthing regional maritime bodies for women. Regional bodies, we heard about WOMESA, we know about WIMOCA, we know about AWIMA, and all that. African Union, in its own largesse, thought of the African women in maritime, which is WIMA Africa, so that it is not just having regional bodies, women in the regional sections of the continent, of this beautiful continent of Africa. The continent itself does have a continental body of women in the maritime industry, otherwise known as WIMA Africa. So that now has brought to bear the existence of maritime in our continent. Now, if women entered the picture as they do now, it was either because they were exceptionally women in a man's world, or they were mentioned incidentally in studies concerning the domestic lives of seafarers. Things are slowly changing, and women are making attempts to pull themselves up out of the periphery into the mainstream. So kudos to women. During the last couple of decades, books and articles on maritime women have appeared more frequently, focusing on gender issues, and ladies are urging authorities to honor the 35% affirmative action. The earlier speaker, Silver, spoke about the various women activities in WIMACA and some other regional bodies created by IMO. Women's meaningful involvement in civil resistance movements has shown to be a game changer. Now it's one person, this moderator, who is also involved under the auspices of WISTA, Women in Shipping and Trade Association, albeit international through Ghana chapter, in driving forth women's participation and bringing women to the forefront of the maritime industry. Thank you now for the good works you're doing under the auspices of WISTA. A continually growing research base has now recognized the importance of women's involvement in peace and security issues to achieving long-lasting stability. This acknowledgement stems from the efforts by international organizations, national governments, and civil societies around the world to establish what we now know as the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda through the adoption of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. In October 2020, the international community marked the 20th anniversary of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and its 2 decades of efforts to integrate women and their perspectives in peace and security. So from the foregoing, it is very important to note that women in Africa who are in the maritime sector should be fully involved in the fight against criminal activities like piracy for peace and security in the ocean economy and shipping generally. However, this can only be achieved if women in maritime are fully empowered to put all security measures in place in collaboration with the stakeholders, like the government and all shipping companies alike. So that is by way of detailed introduction on the topic. And the fact of piracy in West Africa, I will not belabor it. We all know about it. I will just simply say that piracy in the Gulf of Guinea affects a number of countries in West Africa, as well as the wider international community. Now, by 2011, it had become an issue of global concern. It is still an issue of global concern as of today, and that's really sad. Piracy in the Gulf of Guinea are often part of heavily armed criminal enterprises who employ violent methods to steal oil cargo and many more. In 2012, the International Maritime Bureau, Oceans Beyond Piracy, and the Maritime Piracy Humanitarian Response Program reported that the number of vessels attacked by the West African pirates had reached a world high, with 966 seafarers attacked during the year. According to the Control Risk Group, pirates attacked in the Gulf of Guinea had by mid-November 2013 maintained a steady level of around 100 attempted hijackings in the year, and a close second behind Southeast Asia. SAD. Piracy in the Gulf of Guinea continues to be a concern to the shipping industry, which is affected significantly. At the same time, governments in the region generally highlight that the fight against piracy requires a broad understanding of maritime security throughout the Gulf of Guinea. In my country, Nigeria, under the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the other one known as NIMASA, we've tried to see how we could curb piracy in the Gulf of Guinea by the introduction of the SPOMA Act, which is the suppression of suppression of maritime activities in our waters, and also by the brilliant initiative of the Deep Blue Sea project, the Maritime Deep Blue Sea project, whereby Nigeria has invested so much, humongous amount of money in acquiring huge infrastructures, vessels, aircrafts, and even training manpower towards ensuring that we're able to arrest these pirates when we sight them. We can actually sight them. We have all that it takes to ensuring that we're able to curb piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. I'd like to say here, and as a matter of fact, that the introduction of the birthing of the Deep Blue Sea project by the Nigerian government has actually put a scare on the pirates. So it has somehow minimized the attacks that we see in the Gulf of Guinea region. But I do hope that other African countries will collaborate with Nigeria under the auspices of NIMASA, the Deep Blue Sea project, to ensuring that we curb this menace of pirates in the Gulf of Guinea. And of course, that, countries in Africa, particularly in the Western region, would try to imbibe the idea of our policy we call our SPOMA Act and see how we can use that. And when it comes to the issue of jurisdiction, when the pirates are found to move from one jurisdiction to the other, we could, through this collaboration, be able to get these pirates to book and have them punished appropriately. Now, under the maritime security, I just have this to say that there's a concern throughout the nation states that maritime security has evolved significantly since the early 2000s, when in particular, concerns over terrorist attacks on port facilities sparked interest in security in the maritime domain and led to the creation of the ISPS Code. And we all remember September 11th in the United States. So the ISPS Code, which is enforced through Chapter 11 of the SOLAS Convention, is also a must-have convention in African countries. Talking about the ISPS Code, I guess we all know that the main objectives of the ISPS Code include establishment of an international framework that fosters cooperation between contracting governments, government agencies, local administrations, and the shipping and port industries in assessing and detecting potential security threats to ships or port facilities used for international trade, so as to implement preventive security measures against such threats, determining the respective roles and responsibilities of all parties concerned with safeguarding maritime security in ports and onboard ships at the national, regional, and international levels, to ensure that there is early and efficient collation and exchange of maritime security with related information at national and regional international levels are recommended. And in order to achieve the above objectives under the ISPS Code, the security officers that are designated under the PFSOs, the ship security officers, SSOs, and the company security officers, CSOs, are charged with the duties of assessing as well as preparing and implementing effective security plans that are able to manage any potential security threat. IMO is able to provide support to member states in need of assistance in implementing the code by way of national and regional workshops, seminars, needs assessment missions, and what have you. Now let's go to the crux of the matter, the role of women in maritime industry on peace and security. I'd like to start this last chapter with a quotation by Rima Sultana Rimo, where she said, and I quote, "When I look around me, I see the women and girls in the Rohingya community are treated as less than men and are not given the same rights and opportunities. Their culture is very traditional and they have endured conflict, violence, and displacement. When girls and women are not treated as equals, there can be no real chance of achieving a strong and peaceful society," unquote. And so in October 2020, the UN Security Council will mark 2 decades since the landmark resolution of 1325, which for the first time enshrined the essential role of women in securing and maintaining peace. So we have 2 decades. As of October 2020, UN marked 2 decades of the WPS. The UN Security Council will hold its annual open debate on women, peace, and security virtually next year. They ought to have had it this year, but due to this pandemic times, it's been postponed till sometime next year. Peace is a prerequisite for health, equality, and human security. It's an obvious statement.
Madam Jean.
Yes, now.
Madam Jean, seems
Yes,
as if
now.
we have overshot our time. And if you don't mind, I would take your indulgence to help us to wrap up so that.
All right, I will wrap up in 2 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes, that would be nice. Thank you so much.
Right.
I'm grateful.
So, UN Women supports the call for action emanating from the United Nations leadership and the feminist organizations on the ground. Various organizations have been formed to help nations attain a sustainable blue economy and even peace and security. One of such organizations is the Organization of African Women in Maritime, Women Africa, which is an institutional framework for capacity building, cooperation, and entrepreneurship to assist women in the maritime sector. And recently, Women Africa obtained recognition from the United Nations through ECOSOC. Now, the challenges faced by women in the maritime space are humongous. But because of time, I will simply say that it is disheartening to note, however, that though women form 39.3% of the global workforce, women seafarers constitute only 2% of the total number of seafarers worldwide. And by way of conclusion, I'd like to say that UNDP remains committed, just like African Union and IMO remain committed to tackling its multidimensional challenges to move the women, peace, and security agenda forward, even amidst and especially because of the COVID-19 crisis. In today's world, it is clear that we must continue to work with our partners to help countries across the globe to put women and girls, their inclusion, representation, rights, and protection at the center of all efforts to build forward better with the SDGs as our compass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time has far been spent, and I regret it so much because I had a few questions myself, and I'd wanted to say it so, and a few comments and contributions. Sorry. I just said that I would have loved us to share a few thoughts on the presentations that have been made. But I just want to make some comments that especially in our women today, that the presentations that have been given have told us a lot of what the women are doing in Africa. WIMOCA, WIMAfrica, what we are all doing. These are progressive things, and I believe that we can follow up and be to be a part of this peace and security initiative from the United Nations. There's so much. I would love that we will ask some questions. Our time is fast spent. We have gone over, and the next session is supposed to start. But I would like to add that, just contribute to say that not only has IMO set up these women's in Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, globally, but I do recollect in 2019 that it celebrated the empowerment of women and came out with a resolution on this particular IMO Maritime Day. And I believe that this is the time for us all to wake up and push this call on the Assembly resolution by IMO. There's so much we can discuss about this, but I'm hoping that we can have another session, another time, where we can talk more of what you are doing as women. I'm very happy to see and note that we are doing something, especially from Lieutenant Commander Shanez, on what the US has put into action. And maybe another time we'll do something with Commander Shanez's outfit, as well as WIMAfrica, WIMOCA, to see the way forward together. So all of us are in the Gulf of Guinea, and we need to move our act. Let me say thank you once again to the presenters. Your presentations were very unique, each one and what it's doing. Unfortunately, we cannot talk so much, and I will say thank you, Zoe Maritime, for this time, and to wish all of us a good time. Mr. Bright, we will end here so that the next panel can come. I know we've taken a lot of time, so our apologies to the next section, and please forgive us. You know, women, we can talk, so forgive us. Thank you once again, and bye-bye to
Thank
all
you
of
very much, Madam IT, for the wonderful, thank you very much, Madam IT, for the nice moderation. From what we have seen, there is a lot going on to better the lot of women, not just in the area of empowerment, but also to have them participate more in the maritime sphere.
Exactly.
And as a company, as an organization, we are at the forefront of managing all of those. We provide information, we provide guidance to people who are interested. So our delegates and participants who are interested in getting more information as to how women can participate in the maritime sphere or in other areas, they can reach out to us through our email addresses, or you can visit our offices, and then we can provide more guidance. Thank you very much, Madam, for the wonderful period. Would like to make a slight clarification. Yesterday, at the commencement of this program, the keynote address was presented on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State for Transport, Senator Agbemisola Saraki. Most regrettably, we misrepresented the name of the senior official who made the presentation on behalf of the Honorable Minister. So her name is Mrs. Rita Zoaka. Mrs. Rita Zoaka, not the name we presented as her name. So we most sincerely apologize to Mrs. Zoaka for having given a wrong name. And we do hope that you accept our apologies. It was never our intention to misrepresent your name. Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now go into the next roundtable for today. And this roundtable talks about maritime education and maritime law. And this session roundtable shall be moderated by a seasoned expert in this area, a maritime lawyer, Mrs. Omolola Ikwawu. TST, please grant her the necessary access. I believe she's here with us. Mrs. Ikwagu is a maritime lawyer, notary public, and partner of Judge Ikoli and Okagwe. She holds an LLB in law from the University of Benin, a master's in law from the University of Lagos, and was called to the Nigerian bar in 1988. Her practice area spans litigation, arbitration, admiralty, and shipping law, corporate and commercial law. She has headlined a number of notable commercial transactions both within and outside of Nigeria in the course of her practice. She's a member of a number of notable professional associations like the Nigerian Bar Association, the Nigerian Maritime Law Association, the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the United Kingdom, the Institute of Trademark Attorneys. She has proven to be a notable resource person at conferences, seminars, and has made contributions to many journals in the field of law. She comes to this conference as a seasoned expert in maritime practice, maritime training, and maritime resource development. You're welcome, Madam Ikwagu.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Mr. Ogbonna. And good afternoon, everybody. Good morning. I'm running ahead of the time. Good morning, everybody. It is indeed my pleasure to be here to be the moderator of this session on maritime training, education, and law at the Lagos International Maritime Week. I stand on existing protocol, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to partake in this round table. Our time has been fast spent, and for this session, we'll have 4 notable and reputable speakers, and I would proceed to introduce them in no particular order. We'll have Honorable Justice Soho, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, ably represented by Honorable Justice Olayinka Faji, the Administrative Judge of the Lagos Division of the Court. We'll also have Mrs. Funke Agbo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, partner in Denton's Acres. She's currently the president of the Nigerian Maritime Law Association of Nigeria. We'll also have speaking with us Dr. Amos Kuje, Deputy Director, Nigerian Maritime Administration Safety and Agency, that's NIMASA. And last but by no means least, we'll have speaking with us as well, Captain Joe Awodeha. Without further ado, I'll just read their brief introductions shortly, and then I'll call them one after the other to join us. Some of them are going to be sharing their PowerPoint presentations with us. Others will be speaking directly to the topic, but I'm sure we'll have a very interesting and engaging session. I'll start, because that is my constituency, with the profile of the Honorable Justice J.T. Soho, Chief Judge, Federal High Court of Nigeria. He attended the University of Lagos and graduated with a Bachelor of Laws degree in 1984 and was duly called to the Nigerian bar in 1985. He worked in several places, serving in the magistracy of the Benue State Judiciary, and then was appointed as a judge of the Federal High Court on the 12th of November, 1998. On Friday, July 26, 2019, he was sworn in as active. You are going ahead of me. On Friday, July 26, 2019, he was sworn in as acting Chief Judge of Nigeria's Federal High Court by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Mohammed. The Senate at plenary on October 29, 2019, deliberated and assented to President Muhammadu Buhari's request for the confirmation of the nomination of Justice Soho for appointment as substantive Chief Judge of the Federal High Court of Nigeria. Justice Soho enjoys reading, jogging, and listening to music, and is married with children. Unfortunately, he will not be present with us in person today, and he's delegated no less a personality than the administrative judge of the Lagos Division of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice Olayinka Faji, to represent him and to speak in his stead. Justice Faji is very well known to all of us practitioners in the maritime industry. He had an extensive practice. Are you sharing that as well? Mr. Obona, okay. Honorable, all right. Honorable Justice Olayinka Faji.
We don't have his profile.
He attended the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State, and finished in 1985 with a Bachelor of Laws degree in law. He was called to the bar in 1986 after the mandatory training at the Nigerian Law School. And he capped his academic laurels in 1990 with a Master of Laws degree from the University of Lagos. He practiced extensively in several firms, starting from Gongola State, Gongola State, now Adamawa State, and which culminated in his practice in Lagos from 1993 to 2002 in the law firm of Jimmy Oduba, SAN. Thereafter, he was appointed a judge of the Federal High Court on the 12th of September 2002. In the course of his service as a judge of the High Court, he has rendered several land-breaking decisions, and we'll get to hear his experience and share of his journey, even in this maritime industry, as he joins us shortly. We'll also have in our midst the exalted presence of our dear Honorable President of the Nigerian Maritime Law Association, Mrs. Olufunke Agbo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. She actually has the distinctive honor of being the first female president of the association. Mrs. Agbo leads the Shipping and Dispute Resolution Group of Denson's Acres Law and has been described as an extremely skilled litigator. With 37 years as a dispute resolution lawyer, her well-regarded, measured, and calm approach to the dispute process is key to her achieving the best commercial outcomes for her clients. She is also recognized for her expertise in maritime law, with the Legal 500 in 2020 and 2021, naming her to the Hall of Fame, Shipping and Transport category. Mrs. Agbo has acted in complex, sensitive, and commercial disputes across a broad range of sectors, typically on behalf of private sector clients, and on occasion for government agencies, particularly in relation to law and policy issues. Examples include commercial disputes involving financial services, labor and employment, real estate, oil and gas, general and marine insurance, offshore contracting, sale and purchase of vessels, shipping and admiralty, international trade, transport and port concessioning. She has successfully defended a potential class action on behalf of a multinational and has acted as counsel in a number of arbitrations as well as mediator. She has written and presented several legal articles on maritime law and arbitration and related areas of law, and has served as a resource person for, can you please scroll up? And has served as a resource person, no, up please, or down, maybe I should say down, for the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies and the annual Maritime Seminar for Judges. On a personal note, Mrs. Agbo is a big sister. I always call her big sis. And I've learned a lot from her, speaking with her and interacting with her on cases and at seminars and conferences. She is, like I said earlier on, the first female chairperson, president of the Nigerian Maritime Law Association. We also have speaking with us Dr. Amos Hosea Kuje, PhD. He's currently Deputy Director of Seafarers Services Division with the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Lagos, Nigeria. He currently chairs the International Labour Organization Seafarers Identity Document Countries Review Group for whitelisting. He was educated at the University of Greenwich, London, and got a PhD in Maritime Studies in December 2019. He also achieved a Master of Science degree in Maritime Affairs in 2005 from the World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden. He has a Master and MSc Transportation Management Technology from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, which he obtained in January 2001. And in 1997, he obtained a postgraduate diploma in shipping technology from the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron. He has an advanced diploma in transport from the Chartered Institute of Transport, London, and several other qualifications. He has participated at several national and international professional development courses, seminars, and meetings locally and internationally. He's a member of several professional bodies which include the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, International Professional Managers Association of the United Kingdom, of which he's a certified fellow. So we'll listen to him and hear his perspective even on training. It's very interesting. He's the only person I know so far who answers the name of two prominent Old Testament prophets. We also have, speaking with us today, Captain Awodeha. Could I have his profile, please? Captain Joseph Awodeha, Master Mariner. Captain Joseph. All right, Captain Joseph Awodeha started his career in the maritime industry as a navigation deck cadet with the now defunct Nigerian National Shipping Line, NNSL, in 1975. He's a graduate in nautical science and Master's Class 1 Unlimited Certificate of Competency from John Moores University, Liverpool, England. That's in 1982 and 1986, respectively. He also has a master's degree in business administration and a master's degree in energy and petroleum economy from the Delta State University, Abraka, Delta State, Nigeria. Between 1975 and 1990, he rose through the ranks from cadet to become foreign-going master ship captain in 1990 with the defunct NNSL. Upon the winding up of the NNSL in 1995, he took up shore-based appointments in various companies, serving first as branch manager, Aero Maritime Barrow Shipping Limited, Warri, in which he also held positions as senior mooring master, marine technical supervisor, senior marine advisor, chief mooring master, all at ExxonMobil, Nigeria. He was marine operations manager, marine quality assurance manager at ExxonMobil, Nigeria, and retired in 2005. And retired in 2015. Between 2016 and 2018, he served as managing director, Arco Marine and Oilfield Services Limited, Lagos. He's retired but not tired, and he serves currently as executive director, training and strategic planning at Chakin Maritime and Offshore Safety Center, Port Harcourt. He's also a chief simulators instructor at Chakin. He's also a chief simulations instructor at Chakin Maritime and Offshore Safety Center, Port Harcourt. He's currently the chief lecturer at Chakin Maritime Academy, Port Harcourt. This is an academy which has been recognized and by the NIMASA. It's an accredited maritime training institute recognized by the NIMASA. Without further ado, I would like to welcome all the speakers to share with us their perspectives on education, maritime training, and the law in Nigeria. Thank you very much. I'll call.
He's still talking.
And I would call, I don't think Honorable Justice Faji is present at the moment, but he will put, oh, he is, my lord. Starting with my lord, I would invite Honorable Justice Faji to share with us his own perspective from his wealth of experience in the maritime industry. Honorable Justice Faji, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ikwagu. And let me say that I am very happy to be here. I'm in very nice company, a company dominated mostly by the feminine gender. I'm also myself very, very gender sensitive. I can only say that for myself. Let me say that I'm here to represent the Honorable the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, the Honorable Justice John Tehemba Soho, who is unfortunately unable to be in attendance today due to so many other urgent national matters. Let me congratulate the organizers of this seminar for being able to continue from year to year, and that in spite of the challenges we face now globally in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic. I have taken the liberty to probably just share with this audience something that has happened in recent times in the maritime world, particularly in the area of piracy. We all know that pirates under customary international law are regarded as hostis humanis generis, that is the enemy of mankind. And international law viewed pirates that way and conferred universal jurisdiction on states to prosecute acts of piracy that occur in international waters. Indeed, before the advent of public international law, pirates and slavers were viewed as being beyond legal protection. In other words, they were like persona non grata. Now, over time, we've had treaties and conventions on matters relating to suppression of unlawful activities at sea, which provided a uniform regime for dealing with offenses at sea and in particular piracy. And we are now beginning to domesticate some of these treaties into our laws. It appears that in the West African sub-region, where the Gulf of Guinea is situated and where most of the acts of piracy unfortunately have been taking place, many of the Can you see me?
Yes, my lord, we can see you very clearly.
Because my system here is saying the recording has stopped. I don't know what's happening. Maybe the pirates are at it. So, so I just discovered the other pirates, not the sea pirates now. But of course, we discovered that yes, is that in the sub-region, many countries have not yet domesticated laws that deal with the issue of piracy specifically. And this leads to different treatments to pirates and makes it difficult for matters of mutual legal assistance to be pursued when prosecutions are to be done. And of course, it also hampers the achievement of our common goal, that is to stamp out piracy in our international waters. Nigeria has taken the lead in this area with the promulgation of the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act of 2019. That law came into force on the 24th of May, 2019. And it defines piracy as an illegal act of violence, detention, or depredation committed for private ends by the crew of or passenger of a private ship or aircraft, and directed at and directed one in international waters against another ship or aircraft, or against a person or property on board the ship or aircraft, or two, against a ship, aircraft, person or property in a place outside the jurisdiction of any state. An act of voluntary participation in the operation of a ship, an aircraft knowingly to be a pirate ship or pirate aircraft, or an act of inciting or intentionally facilitating any of the acts referred to. Of course, in matters of jurisdiction, there are a number of connecting factors in piracy cases. Under Section 2, where the offender is found outside Nigeria, but is in a territory that is a party to the SWA Convention or any similar convention, or an offense has been committed on board a ship or vessel flying the flag of a party to the SWA Convention, or under Section 5.3, which contains a number of other connecting factors. For instance, where the act is committed against on board a ship registered in Nigeria or flying the Nigerian flag at the time the offense was committed, against or on board a fixed or floating platform against a citizen of Nigeria in Nigerian territory, including its territorial waters, by a Nigerian citizen, or against any ship or aircraft outside. Section 6 also contains other issues of connecting factors. But what I find very, very particular, very, very important about this particular legislation is that it has viewed piracy as a very grave offense. So in addition to a term of imprisonment, it also adds a fine. So any person convicted under this act, particularly under sections 3 and 10, would, in addition to such term of imprisonment as the court may think fit to impose, also pay a fine not exceeding 50 million naira. Now, the matter I want to discuss with you happens to be the first case in Nigeria, and I'm informed also in the region, in the sub-region, in which a full trial was conducted in a matter relating to piracy. And this act of piracy occurred in international waters, 146 nautical miles south of Lagos. Actually, the event occurred somewhere in Côte d'Ivoire. The pirates were armed with guns, and they went on board the vessel. They detained the vessel. In actual fact, they actually wanted to kidnap the crew, but for the intervention of the NNS Nguru, that is the Nigerian Navy ship. How did they get on board? They were in a boat, and of course, the particular vessel that was attacked is a fishing trawler, Hailufen, and of course, the pirates moved near the boat, asking the crewmen who were busy catching and washing fish to give them water, and before you knew it, they had pointed a gun to them, and then of course they came on board. Now you'll be wondering how people just suddenly landed on water. I mean, they were not. They apparently had grouped outside. They had grouped in Nigeria. They had meetings. They had been called together in Nigeria, and they had set out during the COVID period. In fact, the day the Nigerian government imposed a lockdown was the day some of them left Nigeria for Ghana, and of course, when they got to Ghana, they had to face the quarantine, and were not allowed to move around for about 2 weeks or a month. And later on, their sponsors arranged for them to get onto a boat to go to Côte d'Ivoire on the pretext that there was a vessel that they were supposed to board that was somewhere in Côte d'Ivoire. As things went on, these pirates now moved, and whilst on the high seas, they attacked this vessel, which had on board 7 Chinese, 8 Ghanaians, and 3 Ivorians. And this, of course, occurred in the Gulf of Guinea. Of course, we know how important the Gulf of Guinea is to trading, and of course, in terms of the oil and energy reserves in that area. Much of Nigeria's oil wealth is in the Gulf of Guinea. And so it's an area where it's a part of the world where a lot of focus and attention is placed. Now, of course, we started the trial during the COVID period around June, July, and of course, the trial spanned throughout the holiday, the normal holiday of the courts. And of course, we then had to, of course, do the trial in accordance with the COVID protocols. My takeaway from the case is that there's still need for a lot of international cooperation in the Gulf of Guinea, because one wonders why it had to take the NNS Nguru to be the one to, arrest these pirates outside Nigerian territorial waters. The other countries too should, improve on their naval capabilities And of course, I have heard a lot of mention being made about the Deep Blue project of NIMASA. That project has been very, very instrumental in reducing the rate of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. I also discovered that law enforcement, and in particular prosecutorial agencies, can always do better by ensuring that human rights of suspects are properly protected, and that interrogation methods should be improved upon in accordance with the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. But of course, in this particular case, I must comment that the prosecution was very, very, very highly equipped, highly efficient. And of course, we were able to make use of a courtroom that had the necessary facilities, the efficient staff, stenographers, and of course, we had, an efficient audio recording system. For me, it was an eye-opener because it showed to me how people could actually arrange themselves in such a way as to commit such heinous crimes on international waters. And it struck me that all the defendants in that case were Nigerians. And it was not a particularly good case for the image of the country. But at the end of the day, I was only too delighted to impose what I felt was a deterrent sentence on each of the defendants. There was a 4-count charge that they faced, and on each of the counts, each of them earned a term of imprisonment of 12 years. But of course, that has to be concurrent. And being first offenders, of course, the commencement of the term had to date back to the day they were arrested. And cumulatively, each of the defendants was also asked to pay ₦1 million to the federal government of Nigeria. The belongings and the things they were able to get from the things they seized and stole from the crewmen were also forfeited to the federal government of Nigeria. Of course, I believe that through diplomatic channels, those things will be sent to the crewmen. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is my little contribution to this discussion. And I hope that you have enjoyed listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my Lord. I don't know if there are any, I'm making an exception here because my Lord has to go back quickly to attend to matters of the judiciary. He has cases to attend to. So if there are any questions, my Lord, I wonder if you will take any questions now, if any are addressed to you. So you can take the questions before you go back.
So long as they are not difficult questions.
So, ordinarily, we would wait for everybody, we wait for all the presenters to make their presentations, and then we'll take the questions on block. But if there's any question for my Lord on the issue of piracy, we're ready to take them now so that my Lord could be discharged from this panel. Are there any questions? Well, if you don't have any questions, we'll just go on to thank my Lord once again for this wonderful presentation on piracy. Like I said earlier on, Honorable Justice Faji has delivered many groundbreaking
please, I'm sorry, Madam Moderator, there's a question. Somebody is raising up his hands. If you
I can't see it. I can't see it.
What's the name?
I hope it's not my hand. I hope it's not my hand that's raised.
Jacqueline Favor. Jacqueline Favor.
Okay.
And Alcino.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much.
If you could allow them to come on. Yes. If you could allow them to.
Yes. Okay. So let's start with Jacqueline Favor first. Please, Ms. Jacqueline Favor, could you please present your question? Could the host please could the host please unmute the speaker so that we can hear her question?
Yes, she's unmuted now.
She's not unmuted.
She's still muted. Both of them are still muted.
We sent her a request to unmute.
I
Okay.
think, okay, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes. Please, I want to find out on the issue of piracy. If seafarers are at the core of shipping's future, can't piracy attack be eliminated? Or there should be ways to improve the sector that would minimize piracy attacks on our fishing vessel?
Okay, thank
Hello.
you. Yes, we
Yes,
heard
please, I
you.
want to
Thank
know
you.
if systems can be put in place so that piracy can be an issue of the past, that in the coming years, we wouldn't be able to record piracy attack on our waters.
Thank you
Because
very much.
I watched an interview on how piracy, why piracy attack, and most of the pirates were like, there is no job in their countries, in their various countries, and they are in entire hardship. That is what is triggering them to become pirates. So would there be measures that can be put in place so that as we go on, there wouldn't be any pirate attacks again? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please, could you unmute Mr. Alcino Ribeiro? Could you please unmute yourself and state your question as well? Alcino Ribeiro, could you please unmute yourself? Mr.
We've sent her a message and she doesn't seem to respond. So please go ahead with the question already.
Yeah, so Honorable, my Lord, you heard the question posed by
Yes, I heard the question.
Favor.
Yes, it's a very, very, very pertinent
Very
question.
interesting. Yes.
Piracy, of course, affects the interest of the well-being of seafarers because they are the primary target of pirates. Can't piracy be eliminated? Well, that is the ultimate aim. We all want crime to be eliminated in society, but as we said, even before the times of customary international law, pirates had always been there. Now, there should be ways of minimizing piracy attacks, and I did mention the Deep Blue project of NIMASA in Nigeria, which, and of course, Mrs. Anisheri also mentioned it in her presentation. NIMASA has now added to the firepower of the Nigerian Navy, boats, aircrafts, trainings. So much is being done now by NIMASA in the area of piracy. And I have it on some authority that since then, acts of piracy have reduced in the Gulf of Guinea. And I can say that also as the administrative judge in Lagos, because since the piracy decision that I delivered in July this year, no other piracy case has been filed in the courts. I'm aware that there was a piracy case filed, in Port Harcourt about the time I started the one that I just concluded in July. So it will seem that from my own experience, that the acts of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, at least so far as Nigeria is concerned, have reduced over time. Well, there was a statement made by Favor that some of the pirates, one of their complaints was that they have no jobs. Well, in the case I did, some of the pirates actually were well-trained crewmen. In fact, one of them was able to navigate the vessel without using the normal navigational equipment, because they demobilized the navigational equipment so that the vessel will not be seen to other vessels, and was able to navigate the vessel from the Ivorian waters. When the NNS Guru now came on board, he navigated that vessel to Beecroft, NNS Beecroft, Napapa here. So, but of course, we need to do some more social engineering, and I think it's a general social problem. It just spilled into the sea. So as countries, we must work harder on making the lot of our people better. That's my answer to the question, please.
Thank you, my Lord. Ms. Alcino Ribeiro, we have given you every opportunity to unmute yourself, but we have been unable to hear Okay, there is another question here from Chiazo Ogbolu, and it says, what should be done to ensure that countries within the Gulf of Guinea regions domesticate these treaties into their laws? I don't know if my lord heard that. He says, what should be done to ensure?
Yes, I heard it. What should be done? I mean, this is part of what should be done. Now we are talking about it. We have shared the Nigerian experience. We have shown what Nigeria has been able to do. And with this prosecution under the SPOMO Act, this was a piracy that occurred in Ivory Coast. So Nigeria has been able to, in line with international best practices, Nigeria has been able to, at least assist in stemming the tide of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, basically because there is a law now under which people can be prosecuted and under which people have been prosecuted and convicted. So it is important. I do understand the fact that there could be issues of, civil law, common law, things, but of course, we should be able to come round and do a few things, the West African Roundtable, and work harder towards domesticating the various conventions on suppression of unlawful activities at sea. Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll be correct in saying that a lot of international cooperation on a regional level, yes, would be expected. Yes. The Gulf of Guinea, as we are aware, covers about 6,000 kilometers of sea line. That's quite a huge area. So, as my lord has said, countries should come together to make sure that they domesticate these laws and make a policing and prevention of piracy much more effective. Thank you, my lord. I'm checking again. There's another. Okay, there's no other question.
That having
nobody
been said,
else.
Can I safely now seek your permission to attend to matters in my courtroom now, please? I do apologize. I
actually revel in this opportunity to be able to give my lordship directions as to how to proceed.
Look, if you give a wrong direction, I'll just tell the internet service provider to cut the provision.
So my lord, we thank you very much for very ably representing the Chief Judge of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, of the Federal High Court, and of course we're not disappointed at all. We had no less expectations of you, and you have discharged yourself as always creditably and admirably. So, with the permission of all concerned, you are graciously discharged to go ahead and attend to the litigants in court. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Thank you for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. Have a good day. And then I shall now be calling on, I think I heard Mrs. Agbo's voice. So I shall be calling on Mrs. Agbo to also speak to us on the subject. I do not know exactly now what you'll be speaking on. Are you speaking on piracy or on maritime education and training? Or whatever it is, I can assure everybody that would have a very interesting time listening to her. Mrs. Agbo, please come online.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? And
yes,
can you see me?
Yes, both yes to both.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Mrs. Ikwagu, my good friend. I'm delighted to be here, to be participating in the Lagos International Maritime Week organized by Zoe Maritime. So I'm really, really glad to be here. I am very happy to be in this company of the people that I am in, and I'm so happy that I'm speaking after my Lord Honorary Justice Faji, who has actually, I think he has actually covered the topic which I was given, which is suppression of piracy and other maritime offenses in the Gulf of Guinea. So, I think what I've been asked to talk about is best practices for Nigeria. And of course, Nigeria is critical because we hear the Gulf of Guinea. A lot of what we've been talking about in the last 2 days has been around the Gulf of Guinea. And when you speak of the Gulf of Guinea, you cannot but speak about the maritime insecurity that has been brought about by the terror of piracy and armed robbery at sea. So, Nigeria seems to be a critical factor in this whole on this whole issue. The Gulf of Guinea, when you hear Gulf of Guinea, GOG, all you're thinking about is piracy and insecurity and danger and that sort of thing. So it's almost synonymous with terror. It's almost synonymous with piracy. So the Gulf of Guinea is the coastline of West Africa. It's part of the coastline of West Africa. And I've heard, you all know the map of Africa. I'm so sorry, I don't have a presentation, my PowerPoint presentation. As usual, I'm always a last minute person, so I'll be sending it later. But basically, we all know what the map of Africa looks like, and you know how West Africa, where West Africa is and where Nigeria sits. So I've heard Nigeria being described as the trigger of sub-Saharan Africa, where it sits. If you look at Africa, it's like a gun, and Nigeria sits where the trigger of a gun is. So Nigeria is really important. We know that. So the Gulf of Guinea is part of the coastline of West Africa. It's been described as the northeasternmost part of the Atlantic Ocean, ranging from the Cape Lopez in Gabon to the north and west to the Cape Palmas in Liberia. So it's a long, long stretch. Unfortunately, as I said, the GOG today is now notorious and has become a synonym for maritime insecurity brought about by the terror and menace of piracy and armed robbery at sea. Nigeria, with its land area of over 920 kilometers, has a lot of water within it. It has, and Nigeria's coastline along the Gulf of Guinea is about 853 kilometers, which is quite a lot. Nigeria claims a territorial sea of 12 nautical miles, and EEZ, that's an exclusive economic zone of 200 nautical miles, and a continental shelf to a depth of 200 meters. Until 12 November 2021, when I think we were told we were overtaken by, I think it was Libya or one other country, Nigeria was the largest producer of oil in Africa, 6th largest producer in the world, and 8th largest exporter of oil from among the OPEC countries. So, and we have proven gas reserves that are estimated at, I don't know, millions of trillions of cubic feet. So we are really important in terms of what we produce, who we are, what we present, country of 200 million people. So if we have a percentage of that as pirates, I mean, that is terrible. So with our hydrocarbon and mineral resources, it is critical that we have a safe, secure, and well-organized maritime shipping industry. This is the sine qua non because of our rich natural resources and because of our importance in the sector. All of these products that we produce are exported to international markets by sea where they are sold. Foreign currency is earned to ensure the country's development objectives. We have many ports, we have harbors, we have oil terminals, we have platforms, we have production facilities, all of this serving the maritime economy. And this is really important. So it's important that to facilitate, protect, and enhance Nigeria's international trade through a secure maritime industry. Now, do we have a secure maritime industry? Do we have a secure maritime industry? No. And we are under severe threats, what politicians would call a clear and present danger. Piracy in the Gulf of Guinea has been described as a Nigerian problem, unfortunately. Why? Because the actors, my Lord has just told us now, the first time we have pirates arrested and prosecuted successfully in the region, they were all Nigerians. Why are we saying, why does the world say that the piracy problem is a Nigerian problem in the Gulf of Guinea? Because the actors have been found to be Nigerians, and even if they are not Nigerians, all of the planning takes place onshore Nigeria. The attacks and kidnapping of crew, which occur in vessels far away, my Lord has just told us that this one happened around the Côte d'Ivoire region. But the victims, when they capture them, when they kidnap the crew on board those vessels, they're taken into our creeks in Nigeria. So it is a Nigerian problem. Now, what are we doing about it? A lot has been done. We've heard over the past 2 days, particularly also from the Nigerian Navy and the Nigerian Nigerian Maritime and Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, Dr. Jamo, what they have been doing. As has been said before, piracy is not a today matter at all. Since the 80s, they have been seeing piracy increasing over time in different parts of the world, Indian Ocean, Horn of Africa, even in the Mediterranean, from different parts of the world. And it was because of that, in 1988, that the convention, the SWA convention, I forget the full name. SWA convention was created by IMO to for countries, and Nigeria was one of the countries that subscribed to it. This is to protect the maritime, provide maritime security for how countries are to deal with maritime security in their countries. And Nigeria adopted the convention as well, but it was incorporated into our law by virtue of the Merchant Shipping Act of 2007. However, it was not strong enough in terms of its application to bring in pirates and prosecute them under that particular piece of legislation. And therefore, it wasn't until 2019 that the SPOMO Act, that is the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act of 2019, was brought into force in Nigeria. Now, the idea is that Nigeria is the first country in the region, in the Gulf of Guinea, to have legislated specifically on piracy. And so it is commendable that we have done this. And we hope that, and this is part of the discourse we are having today, we hope that other countries in the region will also do that to enable us all to have a cohesive approach to stemming the tide of piracy. And we know that piracy, and I think one of the questions that were asked not too long ago was how do we curb it? Piracy is what about social issues that apply on land. All the social issues, social inequities, social problems, lack of work, lack of employment, all of these that start on land are just translated into the waters. That's all that it is. So once we're able to strengthen our economies, have more work, this is a lot of work. I mean, we can talk and talk about it. I know that, for instance, this discussion we are having, we've been having it since 2012, 2013, 2014, because a lot of these piracy attacks, they really began in Nigeria around 2011, 2012. So we are still saying the same things, but a few things have changed, particularly with this SPOMO Act. And I'm gratified that my Lord Justice Faji has been able to tell us how we're able to successfully prosecute the pirates that we have done just this year. Now we hope that there should be more that will happen. And I heard at the session yesterday where the Navy was able to tell us how they have been patrolling more and more. They have 3 vessels patrolling the region every day. They have even smaller patrol boats, 45 patrol boats, I think they said, patrolling the creeks and so on. So hopefully this will bring it down. And we have heard reports that we've had a lot of attacks between 2017 and 2018, but since the first 9 months of 2019, even the IMB, the International Maritime Bureau, has reported that I think there are only 4 attacks this year. But even when we say there are only 4 attacks in the first 9 months of 2021, I think one of those attacks early in 2020 or 2021, people were killed. So we have to remember, somebody was asking about seafarers. The people on board, when we talk about the numbers, there were only 10 attacks, there were only 4 attacks. People are involved, human beings, people who have mothers, who have fathers, who have children, who have wives, these are people. So when we talk about it in statistics, we really have to think about it in a more emotive manner, and hopefully we actually do even more than we are doing now. The Deep Blue project is a laudable project. What the Navy is doing is laudable. I know navies of other countries in the region are also trying to do something. The ambassador was here talking about what the Gulf of Guinea Commission has been doing. So there's a lot of things that have been done, but there has to be more cohesion. One of the things that I've read a little bit about this, my Lord gave us interpretation of piracy under the SPOMO Act of Nigeria, and it is certainly in line with the interpretation of piracy under the SWA Convention. So it works. However, we talk about piracy. We cannot talk about it in isolation. This is part of, my Lord talked about the planning. They have sponsors who move them from one point to another point, on land, on sea, and so on. So what about those people? You've arrested the pirates that you found on ground. The people who are organizing them, how are we going to get them? So we need the law to be able to track these people. We can't just arrest pirates, lock them up, and think that nothing more is going to happen. Even when we say that the piracy has reduced, what the statistics say is that piracy generally reduces during the rainy season. And they believe that when the dry season starts up again, it will begin to happen. There was only a report 2 or 3 days ago, I think it was ships and ports, that there was another incident, maybe not on the high sea, but maybe call it armed robbery because it happens within our territorial waters. But it's still the same thing. These issues are still there. Now, what we need is for law enforcement, even in Nigeria, to be coordinated. When the Sumo Act talks about law enforcement agencies, there's this generalization of terms, law enforcement agencies are to do this, are to do that. Who is doing what? Who is doing what? Is the Marine Police involved? Are they the ones to pick up these people? There was one particular incident I knew, they were talking about EFCC. I don't know how EFCC came into the matter. So sometimes there's a confusion as to who is supposed to do what. We need to organize ourselves. If the law has not made it clear, maybe there should be guidelines as to this is what the Navy is supposed to do. This is what the Master is supposed to do. This is what Shippers Council is supposed to do. This is what whoever. I heard Dr. Jamo talking about Coast Guard. We don't have Coast Guard, or we have something that says Coast Guard. I don't know what it is. Who is doing what? Just a few weeks ago, we had the Danish Navy. The Danish Navy coming to tell us that they had come to kill pirates in offshore night, obviously in international waters. I was quite shocked and I was surprised. I said, how? We didn't hear that. We sometimes hear that, or other navies of other countries, we hear about the French Navy have come to talk to us, the UK Navy have come to talk to, and they're working with the Nigerian Navy, but there was nothing about the Danish Navy. So for the Danish Navy on the 26th of November or so, to announce that, they were in the territorial waters, they apprehended some people they suspected to be pirates, they sent out warning shots. When they sent out warning shots, the pirates they wanted to approach the pirates and sent out warning shots to tell them to stop whatever. Then the pirates now shot at them directly, which is why they then shot them. They shot them, killed them, and sank the boats. So what is the evidence? So those are some of the issues. This coordination is very important. And what are the Danish Navy and all of these foreign people trying to do? They're trying to protect their assets. I have said that all the trade that comes into Nigeria, 90% of the trade that comes to Nigeria is by sea. And 90% of the trade that comes into the region, the sub-Saharan West Africa, even though it's coming, it might be going to Ghana, it might be going to Ivory Coast, but most of that cargo is coming to Nigeria. So for Nigeria, it is really, really critical. And if we are here and we can go to use NNS, I forget the name, to go to Ivory Coast, we should be able to patrol the whole area, lead the patrols. But I know that the other countries are also doing their best. I know that Benin Navy has apprehended some pirates before. But what we want to see more pirates being apprehended. We want to see more rescues of crew people who are being kidnapped. There is so much kidnapping going on, ransom being paid, all kinds of things going on, but we can't always get all the right information. But so it is important that we have transparent lines of communication, transparency as to all that we are doing. This piracy is not just piracy, it is organized crime. So the law needs to go further to track where the money is coming from, where it is going, when ransom is being paid, where is it going, what are they using it for? Who are the people behind it? Who are the gun runners? What is going on? There is so much. There's a lot to be done. So this might not be very happy information to share or to talk about, but it is real. We're talking about this thing has been escalating since 2012. In 2021, we have had to deploy so much money doing this deep blue, working with Navy, working with the NIMASA, all of these things. But it needs to be curbed. We need to work harder. It is important for us to talk about it, but it's also important for us to do. We need to do more. I know the authorities know that they need to do more and that they are doing more. So we pray that they work towards it. It's important that we cure ourselves of this menace, because it is just, otherwise it is just going to escalate, it's going to get worse. Let us see more reports of rescues rather than ransom. Let us hear more reports of deterrence. Let us see more arrests. Let us see more high-powered arrests, people who are behind. Let us track where all of these things are coming from. We need the intelligence. We need all of this for us to be able to succeed. So I think that is pretty much what I have. But I just also want us to also remember the seafarers. These gentlemen that we just say there are 10 of them, was only 10 incidents. Some of them actually get killed, they get maimed. They can't work. These are people who are just going for their 30 days, make one pay. That's all. They have no interest in the cargo. And all of this, the Danish and the English and the French who are coming to say they want to protect their assets, they are protecting their vessels, they are protecting their trade, and they're also protecting the lives of these people. So some people will argue that you can't really blame them. However, but everything has to be done in accordance with law and order. That is my own submission. So I hope I've not scattered the whole thing, but these are the few things I would like to share with all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. No, you haven't scattered anything at all. Thank you very much, Mrs. Agbo, as usual, for your very clear and interesting presentation. While you were talking, wondering why the EFCC was involved in the matter, could it be as a result of the Economic and Financial Crimes Act, which lists one of the crimes as terrorism? And is piracy a form of terrorism?
Well, I call it a terror, but all of these things have their own interpretation. So precisely. If EFCC has interpreted piracy to mean certain things, terrorism to mean certain things, and the interpretation of piracy falls within it. So I guess there'll be insight. But what is important is that from the point of arrest to custody to prosecution and imprisonment, there has to be a process. We need to know they need to know who is handling what. Because what is critical, because when you get to court, if some of these things have not been done properly, you lose your case.
Precisely.
You lose your case. So if it's not handled properly, I think my Lord hinted at some of these things. If you don't do it properly, then you lose your case, because we do have a Criminal Justice Act and we need to follow it to the letter. So we can't afford to get it wrong when we get them. We can't afford to get it wrong, but we need to do more. We need to track even where the money is coming from, where the money is going to, within the realm of our laws. This formal act may not be able to do it, but the other laws are able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please hold on. Don't go away, don't leave, because other questions might come in the course of the proceedings, and we'll have to call upon you again. Thank you very much, Mrs. Agbo. Thank you. And so now I shall be calling on Captain Joseph Awodeha. Both of them will be shedding light on, I think, on the issue of maritime training, and that would help us to tie up everything together. So, Captain Awodeha, I hope you are present. Yes, Captain Awodeha. And while he's coming up or putting on his camera, I would like to remind all of us to please participate in the polls that are being spotlighted on the screen from time to time. Answer the questions and submit. It's a single choice, it's not a multiple choice question. And Captain, very welcome. You have 10 minutes, please, and then we'll take your questions, any questions addressed to you at the end of your session. Thank you. We can't hear you. Can you please unmute yourself? You appear unmuted. You appear unmuted here, but we can't hear you. Can you hear me? We can't hear you, Captain. You remain muted. Can you please unmute yourself and probably increase the volume of your device because we can't hear you.
Perhaps you can go out and come back in again.
So can you please exit the conference and come back in again? Exit the Zoom and come back in again. Maybe that would activate your audio. I don't know if you heard me, Captain. Could you please leave and then come back in? Because we still can't hear you. We can't hear you. I'm actually now doing sign language. We can't hear you. So please, could you leave and then come back in if you can hear? Thank you. I believe that will take just a minute, so we don't have to call the next speaker. But if it's more than a minute, Captain is not yet back. Dr. Kuje, could you please start? And then Captain will come in after you. Dr. Kuje, if you are ready, could you please start? Yes, welcome. Thank you, sir.
You hearing me?
Yes, my double prophets. That's what I've christened you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Let me first thank Zoe Maritime, particularly for inviting us to share our experience on Nigerian Seafarers Development Program, NSDP. It was so specific. I don't know whether I have a PowerPoint.
Yes.
I don't know whether.
Mr. Ogbonna, will you be sharing it?
Yes, it's being shared as we speak.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Can we just go straight to the next slide? Yes. Like I said, I've been sharing the experience of Nigerian Seafarers Development Program. It can be summarized as this, that it is a product of a necessity that is aimed at building capacity. Next slide. Looking at it, we'll share the idea of how it came about, and also look at the current status and some of the challenges and outcomes that keep this program focused till date. Next slide. Click. Go ahead, click. Next. Okay. There were actually, not before this one, the slide before this. There were actually two key area that led to this idea. One is at the national level and the other one at international level. Of course, the national challenge as far back as 2004 led to the idea. From the slide, the first challenge was actually the shortage of qualified and certificated seafarers, especially of the officers' cadre, under the standard of training, certification, and watchkeeping of the IMO. When the convention was amended after the 1978 version, the country was caught up with the gap of transiting to the entry into, its entry into force. You recall from 78, the next amendment was in 1995. The gap here was both from the seafarer side, the administration and regulatory side, as well as from the industry perspective. So what it means is that there were most of the seafarers that were certificated before the amendment in 1995 are expected to meet that requirement. Of course, we have quite a number of those who are unable to do so. The second point again was the much talked, I believe, in the public domain of the dearth of vessels owned by Nigeria, and then most especially a reference was made to a Nigerian-owned the defunct national shipping line, which also created a gap of providing the vessels for sea time. They've contributed so much in capacity building, and I know most of our engineers and master mariners today will attest to that. Another point again that I would say really drive the idea in earnest was the Coastal and Inland Shipping Act 2003, which now gave opportunity as a first right to Nigerians, whereby all vessels within the cabotage water is expected that it will be wholly manned by Nigerians. That is on the national stage. The next slide. The next challenge was on the international stage. Specifically, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, in 2008, believing based on statistics available to it, launched the campaign of Go to Sea in November, specifically. Eskimos Mitropoulos, the then Secretary General, launched that and called for member states of the IMO to urgently take steps on how to attract young people of the right caliber into seafaring profession. Of course, the statistics provided by International Chamber of Shipping, which is right there, did state that the expectation of the industry is to have about over 1.5 million seafarers. And in that calculation, about 7,090 plus should be officers, are expected to be officers, and 754,000 are expected to be ratings. Those were some of the driving force for the idea behind of how countries such as Nigeria will be able to take that opportunity aside from our local needs to also key into that international opening. The next slide. That was what gave back. Next slide, please. That was what gave back to the National Nigeria Seafarer Development Program in 2008. Now, before the, please still remain in the other slide. Yes, in 2008. Thankfully to the then Dr. Ade Dosomu, who was then at the helm of affairs, initiate the idea. And what was it? It was in line with that IMO call and in line with our needs locally to, bring in these young men who have flair to pursue career on seafaring, to go into studies in courses such as the nautical science, marine engineering, and naval architecture. Of course, we know, going from my earlier explanation, that this is an intervention to be able to meet the local needs as well as compete internationally. And some of this program is expected that it will take them up to a degree level in those courses such as marine engineering, nautical, and naval architecture. Next slide. So the background was that the agency, in commencing the program, introduced a funding pattern where not only the agency, but also states to have most of these young men drawn from all the states of the Federation. So the idea of 60-40, 60 for the state and 40 for the agency to contribute into the program. Before the fully funding program, let me say that in the first phase and the second phase, the starting went well. It was later on that the idea of the fully funded came in, and I'll explain that later. Of course, in summary, this funding is to cater for shore-based training, shipboard training, and of course, to end up with having a certificate of competency that will enable them to be employed. Because the basic and the focus and the main objective is to have them on board ship. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. The first and second phases have to date about 2,041 youth that were enrolled from inception. And of course, they were sent to the institutions as listed, the Liverpool John Moore University. I heard you also mentioning the captain having attended that university as well. Then as well, Lyceum and Cebu universities in Philippines, the Arab Academy of Science and Technology in Egypt, Alexandria, the Springdale Maritime Academy in India, and Metropolitan Training Academy in Greece. You believe and agree that these are maritime nations. Next slide. Okay, so what is the current status? As of today, this is the picture. We have 382 at sea. Some are still, as we speak, on board undergoing sea time training. And some are awaiting that as such. And of course, we have those who have completely completed and are now fully having the certificate of competency, about 688 of that. And there's those who are undergoing the show base. And of course, aside from nautical and marine engineering, naval architecture is one of the courses that the agencies found that it is very, very important to have graduates in those cadres, considering the fact that not only to be on board vessel, but also to participate in repair and shipbuilding. Because if we really want to participate in the maritime industry, it's expected that we look at it holistically, so we have a maximum benefit of those opportunities. And of course, we also have those who are waiting this certificate of competency result. And on the sad note, we had record of those who are unable to complete those programs and unfortunately passed away. I think the statistic has it that we have about 10. And then, of course, those who are yet to register for the COC and so on. And those who even make the effort for waiting that long to go and participate in the sea training on their self-sponsorship. However, by the side there is that at the end of this training for those marine engineering and those in nautical, most of them that have completed now have the unlimited certification as deck officer under the regulation A/3/1. And those of the engine room officer of the watch in regulation A/3/1, as the case may be. The next slide, please. Now, I did mention and said in the stages, the bottom line is to have them employed. I'm speaking specifically on the project NSDP. Our current status, aside from other specific company, we picked some of them that were at the first front of getting some of these graduates employed. And they are doing more as I speak. And there are many other openings that is coming in. The first there is even the agency itself. Currently, those especially with the naval architecture qualifications, and some of them who did very well, because the agency, in trying to encourage them, did mention that those who comes top will be automatically employed. And on that, I think currently NIMASA employs 16 of those NSDP cadets. And it's also interesting and encouraging that the Nigerian LNG, under the Nigerian Ship Management Limited, as of yesterday, have employed 38. It's also followed by the Nigerian Port Authority, Orion, Petrolog, and so on. The list goes on. So we just pick some, and then of course, talks at the agency top level to focus on international, because we believe these graduates have attained a level of competing very favorable, and they've done very well in those institutions they've attended. And so while we are hoping to meet the local need, of course, as the demand now is international in nature, it is expected that we should also take those opportunities by marketing them to ensure we are well represented. The next slide. However, you might ask, in all of this, whether we have challenges. Of course, there were challenges. And that's why I did mention earlier in the phases, especially phase 1 and phase 2, where we have the issue of counterpart funding. Of course, along the line, there were constraints with the funding. The constraint actually has to do with time, receiving the fund as at when due. Of course, when you are training them out there, they don't work, they work with timing. Of course, again, question might say, for some would be asking if all that has not been taken into consideration. Of course, you can have the best of can come along the line. And also the second key point, which is even global in nature, the availability of the vessel itself. And of course, when the first and second phase took place, the idea was to also have some of the seafarers, after completing the classroom training, go to sea. So, but how that can be done was not properly captured. I mean, in outlining it so as to ensure that as soon as you complete your classroom training, you proceed to the sea. So of course, again, it is a challenge that we are seeing in the course of implementing this program. The next slide, please. Yes. Having no.
I hope. Okay.
Hello?
I hope you saw my message. I hope you saw my message, Doctor, so that you can round up, please. Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course, that leads to the introduction of the full sponsorship. And what it means is that the agency is taking into consideration of catering and paying for both the classroom, the sea time training, and the certificate of competency exam. The next slide. Yes, having those experience and challenges that I've noted, the introduction of the NSDP 3 now takes into consideration how to mitigate those challenges, and they were going to be fully funded. Of course, the first phase has even, the program has started, and they are going under the full sponsorship of the agency. In a nutshell, our experience has shown that the program, despite the challenges, has been successful to a level where we can see that we now have full-fledged graduates of the NSDP and some of the employment that is coming. And of course, looking at the topic of this program, being futuristic, we believe Africa and indeed Nigeria in the long run, when we have these seamen fully qualify with their COC will benefit from the global opening. And before I conclude, there is this message in the next slide that will clarify the phase 3 very well. You can go ahead and. The volume, please. We are not hearing.
Oh, are you sharing an audio?
Yes.
You want us to hear the. Oh, yes, we can't hear.
No, he can play it over there.
National excellence.
Official handover and takeover.
Yes.
Let's appreciate this one from the phase 2.
They are 200 in number, the latest beneficiaries of the Nigerian Seafarers Development Program, fully funded by the federal government through the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency in NIMASA. They are about to set sail for the fulfillment of dreams of academic and professional excellence. The minister, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, while congratulating the youngsters, urged them to be of utmost behavior and be good ambassadors of the country.
For you, the young men and women who are graduating, congratulations. Please don't embarrass the country. You are now ambassadors of Nigeria, not just NIMASA. NIMASA is just a small entity inside Nigeria. You have to be of utmost behavior. You have to study and pass your exams, because there are so many. I don't know where there's someone who say there are 50 million youths. I think we're more than 50 million youths in Nigeria. There are more than 50 million youths. But you can imagine how many millions of youths want this opportunity that you have. It means that you must show NIMASA that they did not make any mistake in choosing you.
The Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamal, restated the agency's commitment to ensure that Nigerian maritime education and training meets international standards.
To prepare ourselves for coming opportunities, the agency will make concerted efforts to sign bilateral agreement of mutual recognition of certificates of competency to open opportunities for Nigerian seafarers to work on board. We are working with the industry expert to ensure that our maritime education and training meet the international standard.
For these youngsters, the journey to self-discovery and pursuit of excellence in seafaring has begun. Lucy Lube, NCBN News, Lagos.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. That's on my side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kuje. That was very interesting, and you shed a lot of light on what the government is doing to train seafarers, even to make up for capacity. Later on in the course of the proceedings, we'll ask you a few questions. So please hold on, do not leave. Just I will give an opportunity to Captain. I will dare her to please speak. Captain, I hope you are back now. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, but it appears you are on two. I hope you're not on two devices because there is an echo. Yes, you are on two devices. Please, can you switch off one? Can you switch off one? Otherwise, you'll be echoing.
Switch it off. Yeah, when it's time to log on to use my handset. So can you hear me now?
But you are echoing. If you can please log out of the other device.
I'm doing it.
All right, thank you. You're welcome back.
Yes, madam. And now I share it. Anyhow, it's my pleasure to be here. Permit me to stand on all existing protocol. And let me thank Zoe Maritime and the sponsors, the organizers and sponsors for this program. Let me just quickly state that technology is ever evolving. The topic here is sustainable technology and manpower development for Africa's shipping future. So even what we are doing now, we are leveraging on technology. So it's not different with from shipping. It's not different with shipping. So technology has always been key in all aspects of human endeavors, in attempts to investigate, discover, apply, invent, inquire, and acquire knowledge for the advancement of humanity. I hope I'm being heard. Am I right?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we will, you will be amazed at the technological advancements and development of new standard operating procedures, because each time there's a new technology, it requires that people have to be trained on it and then follow the standard operating procedures for that particular equipment, so that as one officer goes, another one comes in, he has been trained for that equipment and he only has to follow the operating procedure. This is what happens in most of the equipment or the technology in the industry. And of course, like I said, you'll be amazed how much technology have gone into maritime industry in the last 3 decades and counting. I have been privileged somewhat to have been part of it over the years. I'm certainly amazed because I have remained in the industry, grown with it, had the privilege to compare the old and the new, and the ever-changing new equipment that are coming in. The general objectives are geared towards more automation, doing things differently, better, easier, faster, safer, and also more environmentally friendly. These have resulted in large ships being built, increasing tonnage, that's the carrying capacity. But all this comes with more complex operations. But unfortunately, it's also coming with less manning headcounts. And therefore, the more the technology, the operation is based, the more demand on the crew to be more trained or better trained to be able to operate this equipment. So this is where you cannot separate the involvement of technology from the intensive training that we need to impact on our seafarers. Global maritime technology and regulatory dynamism. Like I mentioned before, every industry has to grow with new technologies. In the maritime industries, as they introduce new technologies, they also come with their attendant regulations. So as we change equipment or go into new ones, there are regulations that are needed to achieve compliance with these equipment. And of course, following every incident or incident investigation, if you like, or what we call near miss in the industry, certain risk assessments are carried out, recommendations are made. Arising from all of this, new equipment or better ways of doing things are evolved, which will now require that the officers and the ratings on board, or if you like, the seamen have to be trained to work these new technologies. Now, Africa has not really taken her rightful place in global shipping, considering the enormous potential of the continent. Africa is the second largest continent after Asia, both in landmass and in population. Africa has about 1.34 billion people, but the percentage of that are engaged with or in the maritime industry from the seafarers' point of view is very, very minute. Despite the fact that Africa has an all-season favorable navigational coastline, expansive waterways, an array of exportable goods yet untapped. On top of this, we have a large youthful population yet to be unleashed into the international labor markets. The natural resources yet untapped, but unfortunately, only about 2.7 of global trade by volume comes from Africa, and only 7% global sea trade is also Africa. 5% of maritime exports and the imports is all that comes from Africa. Therefore, in order to make any significant inroads into maritime business, Africa needs to deliberately invest massively in men, assets, and new technologies. Can you go to the next slide, please? There is youth unemployment in many African countries. Youths who are willing to work but lack the requisite education and training for gainful employment in the industry. Shipping or maritime business or any related employment could just be a veritable sector waiting to be utilized for indigenous manpower development for effective participation in shipping. Foreign nationals, yes, they may come to Africa, but at a point they will go with a lot of capital flights. But our indigenous youth or engaged in the business will remain and invest locally. Of course, seafaring itself is an international profession. Ships operate across national boundaries and territories. It follows that their education, the seamen education and training, have to be standardized in line with industry best practices as set out by the International Maritime Organization, which is a UN organ that regulates the maritime business. The IMO sets the global standards for the training, certification, and watchkeeping for seafarers, what we normally call STCW 95 as amended. It also set out effective mechanism for implementing, enforcing, and monitoring its provisions among its member states through the in-country administration of the member state. In the case of Nigeria, that is the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA. The quality of education and training of African seafarers therefore cannot be a choice, but an obligation, because you are expected to train for the world. There's no local standard. This This is how we can become relevant in the international shipping labor market within and outside Africa, if we have to be taken seriously, because any seaman, boat rating and officers trained is actually being prepared for the world employment. So it's got to meet the international standards of training anywhere in the world. The technological dynamism in the maritime industry has earlier, like I said earlier, has been established. Manpower development has to be deliberate and continuously updated in line with existing emerging global technologies on board vessels. Indigenous continental technologies will have been best advocated, but for now, Africa seems to be lagging in many of these areas of research and development. So unfortunately, we have to import this equipment from abroad and use them locally. The future manpower development in Africa shipping will rely on its continental collaboration in technologies, because that will now generate ease of access to this equipment and it will reduce costs. There will be need to establish some kind of regional research and development centers for this purpose, so that even if we cannot produce, at least we can make some kind of assembly points so that you bring the technology nearer home. And therefore, maritime academies and training institutions, in order to offer seafarers education and training to IMO standards, maritime academies and institutions have to be adequately equipped with relevant teaching aids, conducive learning environments, qualified lecturers with adequate corresponding remuneration, and incentive to deliver. To maintain and sustain standards and quality control, the flag state needs to up its audit control so that standards are continuously met for international recognition of flag states. And this is where the presentation we had yesterday on positive control comes in, because these are the people that will board the vessels as they come into port to make sure that operations and equipment are being carried out standardly. Now, since we're talking about technology, I decided to bring some clip of what we have in Chakin Maritime Academy here in Port Harcourt. Now, this is what we call electronic chart display information system, EDIS, we call it. And this is basically the paper chart now being made into electronics, so that when you are navigating on the bridge, instead of going every now and then to go and plot your position, you can follow your track here electronically on the screen of what the ship is doing. The deviation here is obviously more apparent than and real time than if you were doing going to plot your position in the chat room and coming back to the front screen. Next equipment, please. Now, this is what we call GMDSS. It's an equipment for distress use at sea when you are into problem and you want to send out an SOS where you are requesting for assistance from other vessels or for shore-based stations who monitor the system, and therefore once you activate your own on board, they will pick it up on shore, ashore. Now, people have to be trained. All navigation officers have to be trained on this system because they man the bridge. So this is another
Captain, 2 more minutes, please.
Sorry?
2 more minutes, please. Two
Okay.
more minutes. Thank
All right.
you.
This is a technology that came in some 20 odd years ago, which was not there before. So shipping is growing with technology. Next equipment, please. Now, this is a full bridge mission. We use this to teach rules of the road, handling, and then we put other vessels crossing. What do you do when you see this is at sea? This simulator will give you sea environments without actually being at sea. We can program it so that vessels will give you the challenges that you need so that you take appropriate action whenever you are accosted with that kind of situation at sea. Next one, please. This is our what we call ASD, Axial Stern Drive. This one is actually used to train people to be able to handle tugs in very close confined spaces where they don't have sea room to operate. This one can now do whatever you want it to do without having to ask for a lot of sea room. Next one, please. This is our crane simulator where we teach people how to drive crane offshore, which in most of the vessels, at one point or the other, they will be required to handle cranes. Next one, please. This is the same as the crane simulator. So the whole idea of showing this is the technology at sea are available in country, at least in Nigeria. I can speak for Chaki Maritime in Port Harcourt, and of course, Man Oron. So it's not for lack of platform where this equipment can be used to train, but I believe it's more of lack of sponsorship to get people to come and train with this equipment. So that you have the feel here on the simulator before you go offshore to actually handle the equipment. Let me stop there. I hope I've not overstretched my 2 minutes already. This is also our high voltage simulator. We have all this here in Port Harcourt actually for our training.
Thank you very much, Captain Awodeha. Thank you very much indeed. And I believe that brings us to the close of this session. I thank you very much to all our speakers, Captain Joseph Awodeha, Dr. Amos Hosea Kuje, Mrs. Olufunke Agbo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the Honorable Justice Olayinka Faji, who very ably represented the Honorable Chief Judge of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Honorable Justice J.T. Soho. We thank you all very much indeed for your incisive contributions, your very clear presentations, and we learned a lot. I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the attendees. I wonder if there are any questions. Our time is fast spent, so if there are any questions at all, we'll be able to take just about 2. And if there are none, we will just round up. So can we take questions, please? If there are any questions, I've checked in the chat box. There have been none so far. So if you have any questions you have or any clarifications you wish to make, can you please send them in now?
Please, 2 people's hands are
Mr.
up.
Mr. Ogbonna, can you please mute yourself?
Yes, madam. We have Chinyere Azike and Alcino Ribeiro. Their hands are up. I wouldn't know if
thank you very much. Thank you. Alcino Ribeiro's hand was up earlier. I don't know if it's the same hand that is still up. So let me start with Chinyere Azike. Chinye, please,
Yes,
can you ask your
please.
question? Thank you very much.
Mine is not really a question, it's more like a comment. I want to lend my voice to the advocacy which we are aware that is going on. I think that what we need, we have talked a lot about the training and the piracy, and of course commended the master for laudable steps taken. In the course of listening to the speakers, what occurred to me was that there's still a missing link in the tripod, that even though the advocacy has been going on, it should be heightened, with an urgency. And what is that? Is ownership of ships by Nigerians. We're training people in tens of thousands. If you add the NSDP, if you add the MAN Oron, and then other accredited maritime agencies. And then you have people, all of them cannot be as absorbed, have not been absorbed. They can't even all be absorbed by NIMASA, for instance, or LNG. Dr. Amos gave us the statistics, and you can see the few numbers, 20-something, 15. So, and I also remembered the justice when he spoke that one of the pirates was well-trained. And he said, okay, that just might be a knowledgeable, skilled person. Without any positive direction, will end up displaying negative activities. We have a situation now, which, of course, Dr. Kuje also, we try to place them on board. But we need to advocate, because that advocacy has been on the CVFF, and even more, that Nigerians begin to own vessels. That's what will make the maritime industry more attractive, because can see after training, if you probe that pirate that is now jailed, you might find that is one of the graduates of elite training institutions. And there's a major gap. Nigeria is not known for seafarers yet, because if you go outside and you mention seafarers, what you hear is Filipinos. And I think Nigeria is even training much more. So we need to own. Ocean-going vessels are owned by foreigners. That's why we also have a case, not exactly why, but when you don't have your vessels in your own waters, ocean-going vessels, coming back to your country, because we are more import-driven than export-driven, then the foreigners, Netherlands, wherever they come, they tell you, hey, we're protecting our own assets. And you have a situation like that, the lawyers know better, the contravention of whichever laws, ISWA and UNCLOS and all of that.
And the Cabotage Act.
This gap, so we have Cabotage Act. Cabotage Act, okay, you have Nigerians owning cabotage vessels, for instance. Nigeria has, for the first time, entered UNCTAD top 35 and at number 35, the bottom of the list. But at least it's a step in the right direction. But these are mostly cabotage vessels. Mm-hmm. Now, Nigeria is also good at, or at least quite active, as an active member of IMO, gunning for category C and all of that. So we're doing all the conventions, doing our best to implement them, ratify them and all of that, but not to the benefit of our own citizens. We have what we call shipping development.
I'll have to ask you to round up now, please.
Okay. So all I'm just saying is that we need to, I'm saying it here because I know we're a mixed group, both government and private sector, and of course the maritime lawyers and all of that. Put ownership, shipping development, which is one of the functions that led to the establishment of then NMA before it changed to NIMASA. Make that shipping development, that is ownership of vessels by indigenes, by Nigerian citizens. Make it a front burner. Make it an urgency, because it's creating gaps. When we say that piracy is fueled by unemployment, it happens typically in a failed state like Somalia, which with international cooperation, no more piracy. That has been addressed. Now Nigeria will have a government and West Africa. So let us come together. Ownership of vessels is a priority. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alcino Ribeiro, do you have a question or a comment? Or can the host please lower the hands of anybody who has spoken? Alcino Ribeiro, are you able to speak now? Please unmute yourself and address your question. And while we are waiting for him, I don't know, the two speakers who spoke on maritime education, marine education, I went to the NIMASA website and I saw that there are about 23 institutions, including Ms. Captain Awodeha's institution, that are licensed or accredited by the NIMASA to provide services in this regard. That's training. And then I also saw that worldwide, there is a dearth. I mean, there is a shortage of manpower, of qualified manpower vis-a-vis required manpower. How can this be parlayed to benefit Nigerians who have been trained and do not have and cannot be absorbed in the Nigerian shipping industry as at now, in view of the fact that our shipping capacity is not yet highly developed? So perhaps you want to address these two issues while we wait for any other person who has a question.
Over to me, I guess.
Yes, please. Yes.
Hello.
And also, yes,
okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you know, the training in Nigeria and those institutions you see, some of them will refer to them as monotechnics. That is, they are not full-fledged academy. Aside from Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, and Chakins, I think it's also been accredited to do some of those. Yes.
What of the university in Delta State, sir? What of the university in Delta State?
Yes.
Is this one? Is it? Yes. Okay.
Yes, the university in Delta State offer the academic programs or training. Seafaring, yes, some of those institutions I mentioned in my presentation out there, they do both the academy pursuing degree at the same time towards the licensing to be on board vessels. So these are the, I must add that we have limitations as far as certification is concerned, because it has to do with standard of training for this institution to meet the minimum requirement set out in the STCW. And of course, Oron is working very hard to achieve that. A lot of turnaround has been done, and to reach that level so as to have remove those limitations that were there, so that our seamen can man vessels anywhere in the world. Talking about opportunity, just like what the NIMASA have started now, and what the other commentator did mention, truly you need to be fully holistic in terms of ownership, in terms of having the capacity, in terms of skills, competency, and so on to participate. Even shipbuilding, ship repair, and so on and so forth. So these are the should be the target and the opportunity that will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't know if Captain has anything to add to that question, to that answer.
No, I sent by WhatsApp already now.
Oh, I'm so. And then we also have Haruna Sheed Aliyu. Could you please, you are muted already. Could you please ask your question?
Give me a. They say they want an email, but he told me that WhatsApp is okay.
Captain, could you please unmute could you please mute yourself? Captain, could you please mute yourself? Thank you.
Okay. No, I'm unmuted.
No. You were. We could hear some other discussions, which is why we're asking you to mute yourself.
Okay.
Thank you. So Haruna Sheed Aliyu has a question. Please, can you please the speakers will take your question now.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for your presentation, our learned people. Am I on?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Please, pertaining this, our teaming unemployed CPRs who are trained and they were yet to go on board, why don't we use this ship that are trooping into our waters, into our country? And there's a lot of them, even if it means that they should at least take one CPR whenever they are coming into our country. Why don't we make it a policy at least, whether we can adopt, and then we reduce the number of unemployed youth that we have all over. My own is just a piece of suggestion, and thank you for this laudable effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My hand has been up since, so nobody has called me.
I'm sorry, please speak. Please, please speak. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I really enjoyed listening to Dr. Kuje and
Captain Awudeha.
Yes, Captain Awudeha. So this issue of seafarers, it's a great concern. We have a big teeming population, and I know that NIMASA appreciates that, which is why they are training so many people both in Nigeria and abroad. Now, this issue of sea time has been a perennial problem, and I had the opportunity of being at a conference abroad where the DG was there, and they were talking about seafarers and opportunities for them to have sea time on vessels. And one of the things that came out was that these the seafarers that we train, that the qualifications that we have here, or that our institutions in Nigeria and some of the institutions where they train may not be certified or may not be, I don't know whether it's licensed or recognized by, places like the EU. The EU is a complete, has its own rules and regulations. So we need to ensure that we update our
standard.
What's the word?
Our
standards, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know NIMASA is aware, and I think I engaged the DG on it, and he has actually said that what they are beginning to do now is when they send their people out to train, that it includes not just the bare, the technical things or
theory,
physical things, but it must now include sea time as part of their training to complete it. So, but there's been a dearth of people who are able to do, because we need our seafarers to be able to work anywhere in the world.
Anywhere.
Just like the Filipinos. I mean, why? What is it? We have enough people, and we need to get them out there to work so that even Nigerians are recognized as seafarers all over the world. The statistics that we have, I think we have maybe on record, maybe 4,000 and something seafarers in a country of 200 million people, for heaven's sake. I think we can do better than that. So we need to do more, and NIMASA is doing its best, but I think we need to really have policy direction in this area to ensure that we get our people on board these vessels. Because getting people on board vessels that are already owned by private companies is not easy, because they have processes. So we making it a policy thing, forcing people to do things is not really the best way. Let us plan properly. Let us do what needs to be done. Let us do what other countries are doing and support these people in our quest to ensure that we have good Nigerian seafarers who don't, fall prey because of their unemployment and do the wrong things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, I see one other hand up, but I believe that hand. Sorry. Captain Omashaye. I believe it's Captain. Okay. All right then, Mr. Omashaye.
Yeah, I know. Yes. I'm Prince Omashaye. It's Sonny Omashaye. That's right, my name. Actually, I'm the chairman, Ship Owners Association Steering Committee, and we are back to play now, right? What I actually want to say is in regards to the ship owners. You see, the Nigerian ship owners have a very, very important role to play in what we're all discussing now. We cannot say we are in the marine and we don't have vessels. Most of the ship owners are out of the business at the moment. So the only thing we can do is to encourage them. I know quite well that a lot of the seafarers going out to look for a job is not possible for them because of the certification, which Funke just mentioned. It's a very, very important point. I just came out from a meeting with the acting MD of Nigerian Ports Authority. And this is the point he just mentioned. They just came back from a meeting in Greece, that most of our seafarers does not have the document or the training to go into vessels. So it's very, very important that we sit down and see what can be done, especially the government, to the ship owners to try to encourage them and see how they can own better and modern vessels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prince. Thank you, sir.
My bro, son, it's on your how now?
I'm very
Nice
fine.
to see
I'm
you
very
here.
fine. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. I believe that brings us to the end of this session. I do not see any other hand up. Oh, yes, please.
Sorry to butt in, madam. There's a question on the chat box from Okechukwu Eke. If you could please address that.
All right. Thank you very much. I actually checked earlier. On the chat box. Oh, yeah, I was looking at Q&A. Okay. Okay, Chukwu Eke. It says, good day, everyone. It's been a great enlightenment. He's looking for, okay, I believe, okay, that's why I didn't read it out. I think I saw it. He says he has proficiency, he's applying for employment. Should I read it out? Or you want to, or you send your email? Please, can you send your email, can you send this message to Zoe Maritime? Okay, Chukwu Eke, he says he has a proficiency in survival craft and rescue boats, watch keeping, STCW, Valid Master, and Big Tech Maritime Management. So it's open to opportunities. And Chaki Maritime, he said he trained with you. So you might want to contact your Captain Aodeha. He will link you up. Okay, Chukwu Eke, so Captain Aodeha might copy the question. It's in the chat box, and you might want to follow up on that. And also Dr. Kuje. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so, without further ado, I want to thank you once again.
We also have Sunday Omoren, whose hand is up. If you could please. Sunday Omoren.
Oh yes, he just put up his hand now because I checked. Yes, Mr. Omoren. Okay. Or Captain Umoren, can you please?
Okay,
very good. It's a rain of Sundays on a Tuesday. Yes, Captain Umoren, please speak on a Wednesday.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and presenters who are all my colleagues. They've done a great job. And I just want to chip in a little bit on the issue discussed here. Just three things I want to point out very briefly. Number one, this issue about this university offering a maritime course. I want to clearly highlight the fact that a college or university running a maritime course does not automatically prepare a student for seagoing career unless such a school or such a university or its program is accredited by the Maritime Administration. If it is not an STCW accredited program, it's just a course that the person is doing. So that's one bit. And then there was this issue about ships being around the coast. We are sending our cadets out there. A ship is a business. It's like somebody having a bus, and then I'm pushing people to go there. I just can't do it. It's somebody's investment. You just must have some sort of negotiation to get that done, which the master and the rest are doing. However, where you have a hand, it's probably like the oil companies, like they do in Saudi and Iranian shipping line. Because of their oil, the national oil company can now have a contract. Part of their CIF contract will be, okay, you do this, we give you some certain liberty. That's about the only aspect you can impress or push in your cadets, to go on board the vessel. So that's the bits I want to highlight. Then finally, on the seagoing, it is not every class of vessel in your water that you can send your cadets to. If you are training the cadets for a foreign going program, you cannot send them out on a home trade vessel, an coastal trade, a vessel that is trading within the coast, because that would determine, you know, it's a capped program. For foreign going, you have to have your sea training on foreign going vessels that are actually trading and going foreign, not just being in the name foreign and staying put. So those are just the area I just want to clearly highlight. It's wider than what we always think. Oh, that ship says so throw the carrier there. Absolutely not. It's not that
Yes,
easy.
thank you. Thank you, Captain. This question you asked now about the example you gave about Saudi Arabia and Iran, are these not are they for coastal trade or also for foreign? That's the regulations that the oil companies give. Is it not for carriage of goods within their country?
I can put it this way without being quoted. It's a trade deal. You can either do your cargo by FOB, which is to say, hey, the buyer of the cargo will bring his own vessel and the vessel will load the cargo and go. So you only just sell the cargo. Or the best deal, which is about what NLNG is doing, which is what all companies should follow, NNPC and the rest, is a case of you buy the cargo, what they call CIF, you buy the cargo, and I will take the cargo and deliver it at your door. And so the cost, insurance, freight, everything is part of my deal, in which case I can now develop my shipping industry. And that's what we need. If we have that in place, boom, this issue of Kede not having a place to go or Nigerians not having ship will be a dead issue.
Yes, we had a shipping policy like that in the past. I guess all those things would have to be revisited. I'm sure if we go back to the days of the 40-40-20 and things like that. So, well, I guess all this will be taken on board. The rapporteurs are working, they're hard at work, and the communique will be issued at the end. And I pray that it gets to the right authorities and that we all push to make sure that all the suggestions do not end here, but actually see the light of day and are translated into concrete action. So I want to thank you all again, all the contributors, those who asked questions, the panelists, for your very, very interesting and topical papers, which have excited so many of us here today. Thank you very much. So I hand over to Mr. Ogbonna, who will take over the conduct of the rest of the program. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Bye-bye and God bless you. As I step away.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ikwabu. We cannot thank you enough for the wonderful moderating of this final roundtable of the session. I'm sure that we have gained so much from your insight and the insights of those of the panelists. They were quite detailed and quite revealing. We are almost at the end of the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021. But before we draw the curtain on this one, there are a few closing formalities we need to deal with. To tie up all the discussions that have taken place here, we shall need to call on the rapporteurs. I'm sure they are around. They are ready with the communique to present as a way of summary. Okay, I understand that the papers are not ready, but we shall send it by email. We shall send it by email. All right, we shall take the closing remarks by Mrs. Oludewa Top. Closing remarks and vote of thanks by Mrs. Oludewa Top. Mrs. Oludewa Top is the principal partner of Oedodo Top and Associates. It's a firm of corporate commercial practice of law practice. So, but if she's online, TST, could you please put her online? Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Bright. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on the existing protocol. This year's Lagos Maritime Week has been a very interesting one. The status and diversity of the speakers and the well-researched paper presentations mark this year's Lagos Maritime Week as being on the top of the pack. I personally learned a lot of things, a lot of things. I didn't know before that Nigerian naval vessel used to patrol the coastal waters in Nigeria. Like not just the rivers, sorry, not coastal waters. Patrol the major rivers. That was news to me. The fact also that the Nigerian Navy the Nigerian Navy was encouraged by the rulings of the Federal High Court. That also is an interesting one to me, that they found the ruling, which means that the judiciary is doing very well as far as maritime matters are concerned. The fact also that the UN recognizes that women are a very important conflict resolution mechanism role models, and many more things. I actually learned many more things in this webinar, this Lagos Maritime Week. I'd like to say a big thank you, a very big thank you to all the speakers, the panelists, the moderators, and all those who made this Lagos Maritime Week a success, because it's indeed a success. Of course, our big thank you also goes to the participants. We do not take you for granted. We know that there are many issues that are calling for your attention, but you chose to be with us in this Lagos Maritime Week today. I'm impressed and pleased by the fact that our speakers and even the participants and moderators came from all over the world. We shall have cause to call you again, and we hope that when we call you again, you will answer us. I will not end without thanking our sponsors, our two sponsors. We thank you very much, and we hope too that when we call upon you again, you will answer us and even do more in sponsoring us. And to all other participants and speakers, and the background staff that made this webinar a success, this Lagos Maritime Week a success. All those behind the scenes that made it work. It would not have been possible without you also. So we say a very big thank you to all and all and all. And we hope that when we come again to call upon you, we shall get your cooperation as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma, for the very detailed vote of thanks. We have come to the end of this session. Now, as a form of recap, we shall be sending to all participants and, of course, all panelists webinar, the feedback forms. We've been talking about the feedback forms. Like we said, it's for the purposes of opinion polls, so that we can have a feedback on some of the issues raised therein. Then we shall also have the communique, which provides a form of summary of all the discussions that have taken place here for our own personal consumptions and for recommendations to other relevant institutions, bodies, and decision makers in the course of time. We thank you so much for having joined us in this year's Lagos International Maritime Week 2021. And we ask that you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much, and God bless you. We also want to thank Mrs. Zoaka, Mrs. Rita Zoaka, the representative of the Honorable Minister for States for Transportation, representing Senator Gbemisola Saraki. We thank you for your presence. You've been here throughout the whole of yesterday, and you've been here the whole of the day. We don't take it for granted. We are quite appreciative of your presence, of your contribution, of your inputs. We thank you very much, most sincerely from our hearts. Thank you very much, madam. Now, the platform will remain on for a while. The purpose of this is for networking. If you identify anybody here whom you'd like to reach out to, it's an opportunity to say hi, exchange phone numbers, If there are things that are not so private, which can be discussed over 1 million miles, wherever the distance that separates each and every one of us, you can also put that across. We would like, as much as possible, for people to interact and interface with everyone who has stayed in this program until this time. But for all of us here, and from me, I say enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, in order to facilitate the networking process, all the attendees will now be upgraded to panelists. You shall be sent requests, which, when you accept those requests, you will be upgraded to the status of a panelist, and this will enable you to speak and be heard and be seen by everyone present. So when you see the pop-up question on your screen, kindly accept, and this will enable you to be upgraded to the status of a panelist so that you can be seen and be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I've heard about it, but I've never maybe very similar. Maybe we usually end up having the same team.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much, Captain Sunday Omore. We really enjoyed your presentation, sir.
Mr. Bright.
Captain Omore, your presentations was really wonderful, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that.
Mr. Ogona.
Yes, madam.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the wonderful moderation. I really enjoyed every bit of it.
Well done. This is Fumilore Mikon.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
From Nigerian Ports Authority.
Nigerian Ports Authority. Please.
Yes, I joined from Canada.
Oh, okay.
So in the chat room, I've requested for the slide. So there was a response that it will be sent to our email. I've dropped my email there too.
The email address. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All
Because,
participants will get the slides and the documents, the feedback forms, and all the necessary documents. It's going to come as a pack. So everybody who attended is entitled to get a copy or copies of those materials. Thank you very much for your presence.
Thank you. My regards to Madam too. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
I'm sure she's hearing you.
She's there.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, she has just logged out. But I will extend your regards to her.
Okay.
From NPA.
Thank you very much. Okay. God bless you. It was a beautiful event. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
Bye. Okay.
She an attendee?
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to join this panel, looking at diversity and gender in industry, but also
of God Almighty, I hand over the affairs of National Inland Water Authority to our new Managing Director, Chief Dr. George Magalisa.
The first year in the life of an administration is significant in many ways. In the case of NIWA Managing Director, Chief Dr. George Moghalu, which came to life on October 8, 2019. It was a time to pause and reflect on some of the accomplishments and challenges of the last 12 months. It was a moment to remember those events that shaped the authority. A time to ask questions about what could have been done differently, and what could have been done better. In the last 1 year, the management of NIWA has made considerable strides to restore operational and regulatory integrity to the nation's waterway system. Here, it is safe to say that without the challenges of the devastating effect of coronavirus pandemic, NIWA would have recorded more successes in service delivery, revenue drive, provision of waterways infrastructure, human capacity development, and enhanced safety operations in NIWA. A responsible and sober reflection would help reposition the inland waterways to contemplate the next year and indeed the medium-term future of the authority. NIWA, no doubt, has a great future, and Moghalu Tax as the Managing Director and CEO is to harness and grow its resources to bring that future to fruition. The Managing Director of NIWA, George Moghalu, says, The first anniversary is unique and singular opportunity to pay tribute to His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for deeming him worthy of the appointment to lead NIWA at this critical moment in the history of the inland waterway. The showcase of his resounding accomplishments in the last 1 year is a firm justification of the confidence reposed in him and management by Mr. President. It is a proof that such trust was well placed. On his first day of assumption of duties on October 8, 2019, the Managing Director and CEO, Chief Dr. George Moghalu, made a solemn pledge to the management and staff and stakeholders to faithfully execute the mandate given to him by President Muhammadu Buhari. His words, "I am convinced that together we will achieve the next level inspired by the timeless wisdom popularized by our President and Commander-in-Chief, President Muhammadu Buhari. I will strive to demonstrate in words and action that Nigeria is my constituency," he said. "I came here to serve, and success is my priority. My interest in the inland waterways is to create the best out of the nation's inland waterways and make it more productive and efficient." Since then, Chief Dr. Moghalu proceeded aggressively to harness the waterways resources and implement viable projects that would help him fulfill his mandate. One of the first actions Chief Moghalu took on assumption of office was embark on a tour of the authority area offices across the country. And these were no ordinary visit that the new chief executive are noted for. They were more than the usual familiarization tours. In undertaking the tours, Dr. Moghalu had a set of objectives beyond just knowing the area, offices, and meeting the staff.
So far so good. I've received from the team I'm working with, the team I met on ground. And as we keep going along, they will keep understanding me more. I too will also be understanding them and learning. Like I said, before I came to NIWA, I wasn't in the maritime industry. And a few times I've spoken. In fact, the first two meetings we had, I let them understand that I'm also learning the business. And they've been supportive. They've been quite encouraging.
During the visit, which were carried out in phases and in order of the regional locations, the Managing Director and CEO, after completing the tours of the area offices, the Managing Director met with contractors and various stakeholders. He first visited the management of Nigeria Television Authority (NTA) at the headquarters, Abuja, to seek media visibility for the activities of NIWA. Moghalu also visited the Accountant General of the Federation and the FCT Police Command, among others.
We set very high targets for ourselves. We want to achieve results. We want to justify the confidence of Mr. President in me as a person and in the organization. We want to meet up to the expectations of Nigerians. We want to do that which the Act says we should do and do it very well. And in doing this, there's no way you can think of operating or running an agency without a symbiotic relationship with the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation.
In driving his goals and objectives, the Chief Executive of Maritime agencies were issues pertaining state security and need to solidify synergy to move the waterways to a greater height.
Building new consciousness as it has to do with security of lives and property. You may have noticed that there was quite a number of accidents that came up not too long ago on our waterways, which gave us a lot of concern. So we have done quite a lot of investment in publicity, in sensitization, in getting the people to understand their responsibility, the importance of wearing of of life jackets, the importance of having our boats, our vessels, in optimum capacity in terms of maintenance, using the right vessels, not operating outside the scheduled times and things like that, creating general awareness, then boat training of the operators. Our training facility is on. It wasn't there before. We have just started it, and we're using Worry as a test case. You may also know that within this period I came on board, we are working on the Worry dockyard, okay, so that we'll now make it a little more functional so that it can generate income.
The managing director showed a lot of passion for the staff welfare. He ensured that the bonus and salary for end of the year was paid promptly and approved the end of the year get-together party by deserving and retired staff. They were honored and given awards for their meritorious services. There, he restored the confidence in the management and staff of the authority.
By the time I came into office, there was also something that was very striking, and that is morale of the staff. The staff were not happy. They didn't appear motivated. So we set out to change that narrative.
Attention, s'il vous plaît, c'est à la destination de votre d'atterrir le vol à 15,78 €. Les tout derniers passagers, Scott Brandy Kimari, Adunago Colombo Kaiser, William Marcus, Caro Nana, William Malata, et les derniers passagers classe affaires, Amatement immédiat au numéro 8. Tout dernier passager, destination de Cotonou, le vol à Tamil. Amatement immédiat au numéro 8, s'il vous plaît, merci. The station says, Patagonia and Brazzaville as Netflix, 070. Last passenger.
Ambassador Konga, good afternoon, madam. Thank you so much for participating in the program. We're truly grateful.
Thank you. I'm at the airport. I just remembered now, so I said, let me tune in.
Thank you, ma. Never too late, ma. It was a wonderful. We will send the presentations and the communicate to your email, to everybody's email. Once it's ready, ma. Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yes, madam. Thank you so much.
Et passager Mouyangue Junior, embarquement immédiat, porte numéro 6. Merci. Attention, s'il vous plaît. Départ à destination d'Abidjan, le vol à 15,10 €. Nous prions les derniers passagers. Mesdames et messieurs, Savane épouse Correa. Touré Chantal devient vouloir se présenter à la porte numéro 9 pour l'embarquement immédiat. Dernier passager, s'il vous plaît, merci. Direction please. Departure to Abidjan, Ascaflet, Oranco. Last passengers, ladies and gentlemen, Savane épouse Correa. Touré Chantal. Immédiatement, gate Normalem, Distrito. Attention, s'il vous plaît, départ à destination de Roger Jordan, pour laquelle c'est votre tour. Nous prions les tout derniers passagers, la famille Ndjoukou. La famille Ndjoukou, mesdames, messieurs, Frédéric Nana, Okoso Nadia, Onyema. Jamina Ascaflet, Otrichu. Qui return to Abuja and Jamina Ascaflet, Otrichu. Last passenger, family Ndjoukou. Frederic Nana.
Your Excellency, at the airport.
Yes, that's why I'm mute. That's why I muted myself. I'm at the airport, so you can hear me. That's why I muted myself. Let me mute so I won't be hearing what they are saying here. But I can't hear anything. I can't hear is somebody talking? I can't hear it. Hello? Host, is somebody talking?
Nous prions les derniers passagers. Madame Touré Fanta.
And I would say to a reasonable extent that we've been able to get to awaken the consciousness of the average worker in NIWA, to make them understand who we are, to build confidence in themselves, to know that they have a lot to contribute in the development of our country.
As part of efforts to provide comfortable office accommodation, the managing director has embarked on rehabilitation of the buildings at the headquarters and area offices, making the headquarters of NIWA look more like one of the leading parastatals in the maritime industry. In the last 1 year, the administration of Chief Dr. George Morgalo has moved swiftly to fulfill NIWA's key functions as a provider and regulator of safe and efficient water transportation on the waterways.
What we are doing, first of all, if I sit down here and tell you that we are going to stamp out accident on the waterways, then that is a lie. Because it's like somebody coming out to say there won't be road accident again in this country. That's also a lie. Even in civilized democracies, even in big economies, you still have accidents both on the waterways or on the roads. But the important thing here is that we need to bring it to the barest minimum. And what we've done in this regard is to enhance our enlightenment programs. For example, it is illegal now for you to go to any of our jetties to operate any vessel after 6:30 in the night. It's not possible because none of our jetties will allow you to operate. So what we're doing now is to enforce those protocols to ensure that people do it. You can't enter any vessel from any of our jetties without being properly kitted. You must wear your life jacket that has not expired, because don't forget, life jackets are expirable.
The managing director commissioned a 36-seater ferry boat at Yelwaya Kebbi State. During the year, NIWA also acquired a 30-seater passenger capacity ferry for development on the nation's waterways. Under Dr. Morgalo administration, NIWA has been clearing water hyacinth from the nation's waterways. This in fulfillment of his environmental responsibilities. In his first year in office, Dr. Morgalo moved to promote water transportation, especially movement of bulk cargo, as an excellent alternative to road transportation. One of the ways to realize this was the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding and Natural Gas, NUPENG. At forging closer ties means their products are ferried safely and securely on waterways, thereby keeping petrol tanker explosion on our roads and other associated hazards
very strongly, like I do, and like I've said many times, that we have to decentralize our means of transportation, particularly of bulk cargo. You see, you can't subject our roads to the pressure we are subjecting it to now and expecting those roads to remain okay over time. It certainly will not work. Like I tried to analyze, if, for example, you have 1,000 containers going from Lagos to Onitsha or the southeast, the truth is that you also have to put 1,000 trailers on the road. And that is not acceptable. The roads are not designed to carry such weight and survive. And if we have the option of moving it either by rail or by water, why not? So, and that is why I'm very concerned, and a lot of people are concerned too, on the need to make our waterways all year round navigable so that we can move, both ferries can move moving passengers. The advantage we have here is that by the grace of God, the mercies of the Almighty, we have over 10,000 kilometers of waterways in Nigeria, that you can reach 28 states of this country by water. But today we only have slightly over 3,000 kilometers of waterways all year navigable. So we must do something about it. To break the jinx, I believe that we can break the jinx and make the needed impact on our national economy. Because if we can move vessels, barges, flat bottom barges between Lagos and Onitsha, most of this cargo that is going to the southeast can go by water. They can go by water. And if we're able to achieve that, that would be wonderful. And I bet you I'm working very seriously about it. By next week, I will be in Lagos again. I'm talking with some barge operators who are willing to move consignments from Lagos to Onitsha. Fortunately for us, both the MD of MPA, the ES of Shippers Council, the DG of Remasa, everybody agrees with me. So I've been assured that there will be cargo to move, some trying to enter into partnerships, PPP arrangements with barge owners who are ready to do business with us.
During the partial closure of the third mainland bridge for rehabilitation by the federal government, which created traffic on the way, NEWA stepped up to collaborate with stakeholders to ease the waterways traffic.
For example, when the bridge was closed, one of the things we did was to partner with one of our, what do I call him, one of PPP operator. Then we provided 2 floating platforms, jetties, in 2 locations in Lagos, so that we can provide opportunity to move more passengers. We also, like I said the last time, we brought down our cost by 25%. We got the boat operators to increase their fleet. Some of them added their fleet. We added the much we can, especially in very critical areas where there's greater pressure.
Like all sectors of the economy, the maritime industry was severely hit by the novel coronavirus, but thankfully, under the leadership of the managing director and CEO, the nation's waterway system weathered the storm.
When the coronavirus challenge came up, you will agree with me that it wasn't pre-planned, it wasn't premeditated, it just came as a surprise the world over. And what we needed to do at that time was to respond, to react, to deal with the issues confronting us. So as an institution, we made monetary contribution, both to the presidential task force and then also to the Lagos State government, in support of all the arrangements that is being made to address that issue. As an institution also, we made available our vessels, offering to give them to the federal government or the state governments that will need them, to use them in moving palliatives or in moving medical supplies to the rural areas using the waterways. So we did that. We also, most importantly, invested in sensitization and then getting the people to understand the basic protocols and then enforce it in our institution. For example, you can't enter into any of the newer facilities without wearing your face mask. You can't enter into any of our facilities without the hand washing provision we put in place. You must use it. You must sanitize your hands. You can't enter any of our vessels without being properly kitted, wearing the approved vests, the life jackets. You cannot. Okay, and again, vessels cannot operate outside the 6:30 p.m. from any newer jetty.
In addition to enforcing the COVID-19 protocols, management initiated several measures to ensure the safety of passengers and operators to the relief and satisfaction of stakeholders, as users, and the federal government. Management released boats and patrol boats to convey COVID-19 palliatives and maintain security on the waterways. One of NEWA's major statutory functions is to ensure safety and security on the nation waterways through its operational and regulatory activities, forming an alliance with relevant security authorities. In furtherance to safety, Mogalu remain resolute as it is a top priority, as the authority organized a 5-day training program for boat drivers in Warri South local government area of Delta State and other area offices. On moving cargoes from Apapa to Onitsha, NEWA took another step to open up Nigeria's vast inland waterways for movement of cargoes, this time from Apapa to Onitsha in Anambra State. The Managing Director and CEO George Mogalu announced in September this year that a committee was set up to study the multimodal approach to cargo delivery on waterways. This is coming 7 years after the abandoned Onitsha River Port was rebuilt.
We have also built a new jetty in a place called Odekbe, near Enobaru local government of Anambra State, brand new jetty. We've been able to reactivate, redevelop the marina jetty of Niwa. As we speak also, there's a new jetty clubhouse and boatyard is coming up on Queen's Drive in Ikoyi on our old jetty that is being rebuilt. This we are doing in partnership. It's a private sector driven initiative, but it's a very large project and it is ongoing. As we speak today also, we've been able to give out on partnership too with another company on the development of the Oyimbo jetty. If you go there today, you will not believe that it's the same Oyimbo jetty that we used to have. So we've been able to do quite a lot of things in this regard, building new jetties, developing the old ones. As we speak also, the local Jari River Port, which was abandoned for quite a while, has just been, work is about to start on it, following the approval of the federal government, the Federal Executive Council, precisely to review the contract value from slightly over 4 billion to about.
In communicating the NEWA's experience and ideals, Mogalu, from his first day in office, felt that NEWA needed greater visibility of the maritime sector as well as with the general public. He believes NEWA should be more effective in communicating its experiences and functions of the audience. In achieving this, the Managing Director in his first year in office engaged the media, granted radio and television interviews, while also meeting representatives of Nigeria Union of Journalists, NUJ, to tell the NEWA story.
I must say that, like I said, the day I took over office, there's one thing I observed about NEWA, which I set as my principal target, and that is the fact that NEWA was underreported. Nigerians didn't know about NEWA. Those who knew about NEWA knew very limited. very little things about NIWA. Who we are, what do we do. In fact, even people didn't even know we are an agency in the Federal Ministry of Transportation. So I saw that as a major challenge, and I set out to change that narrative, to bring NIWA to the consciousness of the average Nigerian, to let people understand that there is an institution called the National Inland Waterways Authority.
That's not all. As a way of promoting its affairs, the managing director has published a world-class corporate brochure in September 2020. The aim was to take control of its communication and tell its story from its own unique perspective. Under his administration, the Corporate Affairs Department remained consistent with publications of the authority's flagship house journals, Nigerian Waterways. Now, having recorded this huge success in his 1 year in office, the question would be, what does the future holds for NIWA?
I tried to encapsulate my vision in one statement I made, that I want by the time I leave office, let water transportation be the choice means of transport of both cargo, bulk cargo, and human personnel. So for me, I still re-emphasize that fact, that I want water transportation to be the transport means of choice. If I'm able to achieve that, then good to go. Because for me to achieve that, it has its own side effects. It has its own advantages. Because like I was telling the other team that came to see me, if by the time vessels move regularly, apart from the tourism content, because there's quite a lot as a country that we're going to benefit from the tourism sector by the time our waterways are clean, cold, all year round, navigable. But the point is that when these vessels start coming on a regular basis from Lagos to Onitsha, or from Lagos to Lokoja, or from Onitsha to Warri, or Warri, Onitsha to Lokoja, Lokoja to Baro, and things. By the time vessels move, now, for every community they stop where we have jetty, new towns will develop, new businesses will grow. So have you sat down to quantify the advantage it will create, the economic advantage, this development that it will bring? Because when vessels come to a particular spot on a regular basis, the next thing you start seeing hotel, you start seeing residences, you start seeing businesses grow there. And it is people who are going to run these businesses, apart from the employment opportunities going to create, direct and indirect. So there's quite a lot to do. Yes, we've tried our little best by the grace of God. We'll continue doing our little best, having our eyes on the ball, set to achieve my personal objective, which I said is to make water transportation a choice means of transport by the time I leave office.
It has been a 1 year of hard work, a positive vision, result-oriented management of men and resources, and Chief Dr. George Morgalu is clearly on the right path and is surely taking NIWA to the desired future, and there is need to roll the drums and celebrate all the sterling achievements of the Managing Director in his 1 year in office.
What it's
Thank you all for attending the Lagos International Maritime Week 2021. The portal will be closed now. See everybody next year. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you from Zoe Maritime Resources Limited. God bless you.